The House will come to order. Members, please register. Have all members registered? A quorum is present. The House and gallery will please rise for the invocation, which will be offered the Honorable Ben Lamont of Grimes County.
Members, please bow your head and join me in prayer. Dear Lord, we come to you this morning as your humble servants, seeking to live our lives in accordance with your will. Lord, sometimes it gets very difficult to hear your voice in today's world. Our minds are often preoccupied with an abundance of noise and distractions that interrupt our thoughts. We sometimes forget that we cannot live out your will through our daily lives unless we hear what you are trying to tell us. Help us hear you, Lord. Help us to remember to block off ample time each and every day, to put away all distractions and turn off all the noise, to just listen to the sound of silence so that we may hear your voice above and beyond all else. Your will be done. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
The chair recognizes the Honorable Sean Thury of Harris County to lead us in the pledges of allegiance to the United States and Texas flags.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker and members. It's always an honor and a privilege to lead you in the pledge. Please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, one state, one and indivisible. Thank you.
The chair will now hear excuses for absent members. Please excuse Representative Gervin Hawkins because of an important business in the district on the motion of Representative Cole. Please excuse Representative Guerra because of a death in the family on the motion of Representative Price. Please excuse Representative Kemple because of a family business on the motion of Representative Guerin. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, there's a messenger from the Senate at the door of the House.
Admit the messenger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm directed by the Senate to inform the House of the Senate.
Mr. Burrows. Members, can I have your attention? Members, the chair is going to recognize Mr. Burrows for two motions to adopt calendar rules for SB 1 and House Bill 2. Copies of those rules have been placed on your desk. These rules were also attached to the calendar for next Thursday, which was distributed yesterday at 2:18 p.m. The following calendar rule for consideration, the clerk will read the rule.
Rule for floor consideration SB 1. Section 1. This rule for floor consideration of SB 1 is proposed by the Committee on Calendars pursuant to House Rule 3, Section 4. The rule will be effective if it is approved by the House in accordance with House Rule 6, Section 16F. Section 2A, during second and third reading consideration of the bill, any amendment that adds or increases an item of appropriation in the bill made from general revenue or a general revenue dedicated account is not in order unless the amendment contains an equal or greater reduction in one or more items of appropriation in the bill from general revenue or from a general revenue dedicated account, regardless of whether the general revenue dedicated account is subject to certification. B, the provisions of this section do not apply to an amendment that makes an adjustment in an item of appropriation solely to correct a technical clerical error.
The chair recognizes Mr. Burrows to explain the rule.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the rule is fairly self-explanatory, but this is the calendar rule referred to as the put and take rule for the general appropriations bill that is routinely adopted each session. If there are no questions, I'll move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of the rule. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Elzey voting aye. Show Mr. Cyrier voting aye. Show Mr. Shaheen voting aye. Mr. Ashby voting aye. All members voting. There being 146 ayes, 0 nays, the motion is adopted. The rule is adopted. Pardon me. The following calendar rule for consideration, the clerk will read the rule.
Rule for floor consideration, HB 2. Section 1. This rule for floor consideration of HB 2 is proposed by the Committee on Calendars pursuant to House Rule 3, Section 4.2. The rule will be effective if it is approved by the House in accordance with House Rule 6, Section 16F. Section 2. All original amendments that will be offered during second reading consideration of the bill must be filed with the Chief Clerk by 10 a.m. on Monday, April 19th. Section 3A. During second and third reading consideration of the bill, any amendment that adds or increases an item of appropriation in the bill made from general revenue or a general revenue dedicated account is not in order unless the amendment contains an equal or greater reduction in one or more items of appropriation in the bill from general revenue or from a general revenue dedicated account, regardless of whether the general revenue dedicated account is subject to certification. B, during second and third reading consideration of the bill, any amendment that adds or increases an item of appropriation in the bill made from the Economic Stabilization Fund is not in order unless the amendment contains an equal or greater reduction in one or more items of appropriation in the bill from the Economic Stabilization Fund. C, the provisions of this section do not apply to an amendment that makes an adjustment in an item of appropriation solely to correct a technical clerical error.
The chair recognizes Mr. Burrows to explain the rule.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the calendar's rule for the supplemental appropriations bill. It contains the same put and take provisions as the rule just adopted for SB 1 and a requirement for amendments to be pre-filed by 10 a.m. Monday, which coincides with the automatic amendment pre-filing requirement in our rules for SB 1. If there's no questions, I'll move adoption.
The question occurs on adoption of the rule. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There being 146 ayes, 0 nays, the rule is adopted. Members, we're about to go on the calendar. If you have amendments for bills on today's calendar, please bring them down front as soon as you can. The parliamentarians will need time to arrange amendments in the proper order to ensure all members have an opportunity to offer their amendments. The chair lays out on third reading SB 632. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 632 by Buckingham, relating to the provision of broadband infrastructure and connectivity by the Lower Colorado River Authority.
Chair recognizes Mr. Buckley to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a bill we passed yesterday that will allow the LCRA to bring broadband to rural Texas. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 632. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Buckley voting aye. All members voting. There being 144 ayes, 0 nays, SB 632 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 4. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4 by Price, relating to telemedicine, telehealth, and technology-related healthcare services.
The chair recognizes Mr. Price to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 4 is the telemedicine and telehealth bill we passed yesterday, removing some barriers, filling gaps. It's good for Texans. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 4. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Price voting aye. Show Mr. Harless voting aye. All members voting. There being 145 ayes, 0 nays, HB 4 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 18. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 18 by Oliverson, relating to establishment of the prescription drug savings program for certain uninsured individuals.
The chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill would actually bring home significant savings on many very expensive pharmaceutical drugs to all Texans that currently don't have access to those discounted prices. It will not create an entitlement program. It will not have ongoing fiscal issues. This is a real opportunity to help over 3 million people in Texas that cannot afford life-saving medications like insulin and epinephrine, and I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 18. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Dr. Oliverson voting aye. Show Dr. Bonin voting aye. All members voting. There being 144 ayes, 1 nay, House Bill 18 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 1616. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1616 by Bonin, relating to the Interstate Medical Licensure Compact, authorizing fees.
Chair recognizes Dr. Bonin to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1616 creates a voluntary expedited pathway to licensure for qualified physicians who would like to participate in the Interstate Medical Licensure Compact. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1616. As a record vote, the clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There being 144 ayes, 1 nay, HB 1616 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 290. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 290 by Cortez, relating to the period of continuous eligibility for the medical assistance program.
Question occurs, pardon me. Chair recognizes Mr. Cortez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 290 will provide eligible children on Medicaid with 2 segments of 6 months of continuous coverage. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of HB 290. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There being 130 ayes, 16 nays, HB 290 is finally passed. Chair lays on third reading HB 457. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 457 by Shaheen, relating to a local option exemption from ad valorem taxation by a county of a portion of the value of the resident's homestead of a physician who provides healthcare services for which the physician agrees not to seek payment from any source, including the Medicaid program or otherwise from this state or the federal government, to county residents who are indigent or who are Medicaid recipients.
The chair recognizes Mr. Shaheen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 457 provides a tool for counties to improve access to health care and reduce costs by allowing counties to reduce the county property taxes for doctors who provide health care for free. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 457. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There being 133 ayes, 12 nays, HB 457 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 133. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 133 by Rose, relating to Medicaid eligibility of certain women after a pregnancy.
The chair recognizes Ms. Rose to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, thank you for passing this life-saving bill on yesterday. Yesterday, I failed to thank the stakeholders that have been working with me throughout the interim. I would like to send a special shout out to the Appeals Center, who first brought this issue to me and brought it to my attention. I would like to thank Speaker Phelan for making this a commitment of the Texas House by making it one of our health care priorities. And with that, House Bill 133 will provide comprehensive health care for women in Texas. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 133. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Burrows voting aye, Ms. Rose voting aye, Ms. Morales voting aye. All members voting. There being 121 ayes, 24 nays, HB 133 is finally passed. Chair lays on third reading HB 2090. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2090 by Burrows, relating to healthcare cost disclosures by health benefit plan issuers and third-party administrators.
Chair recognizes Mr. Burrows to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is the bill that codifies the price transparency rules that came out from the White House last session. With that, I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2090. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. All members voting. There being 144 ayes, 0 nays, HB 2090 is finally passed. Chair lays on third reading HB 3810. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3810 by Hunter, relating to the authority of the Texas Windstorm Insurance Association to raise premium rates on association policies.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hunter to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this just restructures the rate increase from majority to two-thirds. Move passage.
Your question occurs on final passage of HB 3810. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Mr. Middleton voting aye. All members voting. There being 139 ayes, 5 nays, HB 3810 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 695. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 695 by Martinez, relating to the establishment of a public law school in the Rio Grande Valley.
Chair recognizes Ms. Martinez. Explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this establishes a law school in the Rio Grande Valley, and I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 695. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Canales voting aye. Mr. Lucio voting aye. All members voting. There being 97 ayes, 47 nays, HB 695 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 1105. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1105 by Patty, relating to the authorization of a digital license plates.
Chair recognizes Mr. Patty to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this simply expands consumer choice for license plates in Texas. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1105. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There being 143 ayes, 2 nays, HB 1105 is finally passed. Dr. Oliverson. Chair lays out on third reading HB 1057. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1057 by Oliverson, relating to designating November 7th as Victims of Communism Day.
Chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill essentially establishes a day of remembrance in Texas so that we never forget the innocent lives lost and destroyed by the reality that is communism. And I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1057. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There being 142 ayes, 2 nays, HB 1057 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 1172. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1172 by Howard, relating to the rights of victims of sexual assault or other prohibited sexual conduct.
Chair recognizes Ms. Howard to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this just acts on a recommendation of the Governor's Sexual Assault Survivors Task Force for Trauma-Informed Interviews. And thank you to Representative Tinderholt for his amendment yesterday that I think cleared up any concerns that members had about this. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1172. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There being 146 ayes, 0 nays, HB 1172 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 404. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 404 by Hernandez relating to sexual assault and domestic violence awareness, continuing education for cosmetology license holders.
Chair recognizes Ms. Hernandez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This bill would incorporate sexual assault and domestic violence awareness training into the continuing education requirements for cosmetology licenses. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 404. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There being 94 ayes, 48 nays, HB 404 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 394. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 394 by Moody relating to Texas Lottery Commission rules on lottery game drawings.
Chair recognizes Mr. Moody to explain the bill.
This is the Destination Casino bill for Ms. Thompson. Just kidding. This is a Sunday draw for our Texas Lottery. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of HB 394. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There being 80 ayes, 62 nays, HB 394 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 2723. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2723 by Meyer relating to public notice of the availability on the internet of property tax-related information.
Chair recognizes Mr. Meyer to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Member, this bill creates a statewide truth in taxation website. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of HB 2723. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There being 144 ayes, 0 nays, HB 2723 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 2039. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2039 by Tallarico relating to persons authorized to conduct a marriage ceremony.
Chair recognizes Mr. Tallarico to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill just ensures no religious officials are excluded from our marriage statute. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of HB 2039. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There being 144 ayes, 1 nay, HB 2039 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 816. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 816 by Crouch relating to the creation of a commission to review certain penal laws of this state and to make certain recommendations regarding those laws to criminal offenses previously compiled in statutes outside the penal code, to repealing certain of those offenses and to conforming punishments for certain of those offenses to the penalty structure and provided in the penal code, increasing the punishment for the criminal offenses of sedition, sabotage, and capital sabotage, imposing a civil penalty.
Chair recognizes Mr. Kraus to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to wish my oldest son, Jeremiah, happy 14th birthday. Love you, man. Hope you're having a great day. Yep, thank you. Thank you. Love you, buddy. House Bill 816 is the Penal Code Commission bill. With this one bill, we're going to repeal about 60 others. So good government. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 816. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There being 146 ayes, 0 nays, HB 816 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 2080. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2080 by Lamont relating to taxpayer suits.
Chair recognizes Mr. Lamont to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill ends pay to play. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of HB 2080. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There being 144 ayes, 0 nays, HB 2080 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 787. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 787 by Allen, relating to conditions of community supervision prohibiting contact with certain persons.
The chair recognizes Dr. Allen to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, remember this bill allows persons who've been formerly incarcerated to associate with other persons who are incarcerated if they are working for their behalf. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 787. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There being 131 ayes, 12 nays, HB 787 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 465. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 465 by Shaheen, relating to changing the eligibility for release on parole of certain inmates serving sentences for trafficking offenses involving one or more child victims.
The chair recognizes Mr. Shaheen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 465 removes parole eligibility for inmates convicted of sex trafficking of a child. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 465. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There have been 143 ayes, 1 nay. HB 465 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 199. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 199 by Ortega, relating to the establishment of a public law school in El Paso County.
The chair recognizes Ms. Ortega to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This bill is permissive and allows a law school to be established in El Paso County. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of HB 119. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell.
Yeah, I'm just going to...
All members voting. There being 86 ayes, 58 nays, HB 199 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 1407. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1407 by Schaefer, relating to the carrying of a handgun by a license holder in a motor vehicle.
Chair recognizes Mr. Schaefer to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This bill will allow a handgun license holder to, inside their vehicle, store their weapon in a holster other than on their belt or shoulder. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of HB 1407. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Schaefer voting aye. Show Ms. Hull voting aye. All members voting. There be 97 ayes, 47 nays. HB 1407 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 773. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 773 by Van Dever, relating to indicators of achievement under the public school accountability system.
Chair recognizes Mr. Van Dever to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill simply allows schools to receive credit in their accountability rating for students who successfully complete a program of study in career and technology education. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of HB 773. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Slauson voting aye. Show Ms. Hull voting aye. All members voting. There being 145 ayes, 0 nays. HB 773 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 1856. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1856 by Hefner, relating to carrying and storing a firearm or firearm ammunition by a hotel guest.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hefner to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is just a bill that allows a law-abiding hotel guest to carry their firearm to their room and back to their car. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of HB 1856. Is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There being 100 ayes, 45 nays. HB 1856 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 1796. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1796 by Harris, relating to the division of and assumption of road district authority by freshwater supply districts.
Chair recognizes Mr. Harris to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill removes the population bracket for freshwater supply districts. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of HB 1796. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There'll be 141 ayes, 5 nays. HB 1796 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 1472. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1472 by Busey, relating to the eligibility of the CONCACAF Gold Cup for funding under the Major Events Reimbursement Program.
Chair recognizes Mr. Busey to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 1472 would allow the CONCACAF Gold Cup to participate in the Major Event Reimbursement Program. It would have a positive economic impact of $36 million. This is our Super Bowl of soccer, and I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of 1472. This is a record of vote. The clerk will read the bill. Show Mr. Busey voting aye. Mr. Romero voting aye. All members voting. There being 109 ayes, 34 nays, HB 1472 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 2607. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2607 by Tallarico, relating to the powers and duties of the Texas Workforce Commission and local workforce development boards regarding the provision of child care and the subsidized child care program.
Chair recognizes Mr. Tallarico to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is putting all early childhood providers on a pathway to higher quality. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2607. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There being 88 ayes, 58 nays, HB 2607 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 2941. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2941 by Burns, relating to the appointment of appraisal review board members.
Chair recognizes Mr. Burns to explain the bill.
This is a bill that makes the ARB appointment process that will be done by the local administrative district judge uniform for all counties. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2941. This is a record of vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Burns voting aye. All members voting. There being 141 ayes, 5 nays, HB 2941 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 54. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 54 by Tallarico, relating to prohibiting law enforcement departments from contracting with television crews to create reality shows.
Chair recognizes Mr. Tallarico to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill prohibits reality TV shows from filming our law enforcement officers while on duty, endorsed by CLEAT, TMPA, as well as the Texas Broadcasters Association. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of HB 54. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There being 110 ayes, 34 nays, HB 54 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 379. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 379 by Smith, relating to changing the eligibility for parole of certain inmates serving a sentence for the offense of online solicitation of a minor.
Chair recognizes Mr. Smith to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With regard to online solicitation of a minor inmate is not eligible for parole until one half the sentence is served, irrespective of any good conduct time, and I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of HB 379. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. Show Mr. Lamont voting aye. There being 145 ayes, 0 nays, HB 379 is finally passed. The chair recognizes on third reading, the chair lays out on third reading, HB 918. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 918 by Lamont, relating to a license to carry a handgun for certain young adults who are protected under certain court orders related to family violence.
The chair recognizes Mr. Lamont to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill gives victims of family violence the ability to protect themselves if they are between 18 to 21 years of age. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 918. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Bowers voting aye. All members voting. There being 127 ayes, 18 nays, HB 918 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 1262. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1262 by Bowers, relating to education and training for peace officers regarding trauma-informed techniques to facilitate interactions with homeless individuals.
Chair recognizes Ms. Bowers to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. HB 1262 requires the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement to establish a comprehensive peace training, education, and training program to facilitate interactions with homeless youth and adults on the resources available to those individuals. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1262. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Johnson voting aye. All members voting. There will be 93 ayes, 52 nays. HB 1262 is finally passed. Chair laid out on third reading HB 80. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 80 by J. Johnson of Parrish, relating to the discharge by certain defendants of fines and costs through community service.
Chair recognizes Mr. Johnson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 80 removes barriers to normalcy for our foster children and children in CPS to provide avenues for them to become more contributors to their communities. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 80. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Johnson voting aye. All members voting. There being 127 ayes, 18 nays. HB 80 is finally passed. The chair lays out on second reading HB 1927. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1927 by Schaefer, relating to the carrying of a firearm by a person 21 years of age or older and who is not otherwise prohibited from possessing the firearm, and to criminal offenses otherwise related to the carrying of a firearm, creating criminal offenses.
The chair recognizes Mr. Schaefer to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members.
Members, please take your conversations outside the chamber. Give Mr. Schaefer your attention.
Imagine two women living in two different neighborhoods. One is a middle-income stay-at-home mom. The other woman is low income, has children, and works full-time. Both women like to go on walks in their neighborhood. The first woman walks during the day. The second woman rarely has time, except in the evenings as the sun is setting. Both women want to feel safer when they are walking alone on the street or walking with their children. Both women have a God-given right to defend themselves and their children. The first woman had the time and the money to obtain a handgun license from the state of Texas. The second woman had neither time nor extra money. She would never choose to pay for a handgun license before she paid for new shoes or clothing for her children. And even if she could, when would she take off work? The first woman can put a handgun in a small pouch on her waist and walk on the street with more confidence. The other woman goes on the walk and never stops glancing over her shoulder. She would be committing a crime if she carried a handgun. This bill should be called common sense carry, because this bill is about common law-abiding citizens being able to carry commonly owned handguns in common public places for the common reason of personal and family protection. Under this bill, people who are prohibited from possessing a handgun will still be prohibited from possessing a handgun. Sensitive places where the unlicensed carry of a handgun is prohibited will still be prohibited. But if you are a law-abiding citizen, age 21 or older, that can legally possess a handgun, you will be able to carry that handgun in a holster in public places where it is not otherwise prohibited. Business owners and private property owners will still have the right to exclude handguns on their property. The prohibitions for places like public schools or college campuses or bars will not be changed. House Bill 1927 has nothing to do with the purchase or transfer of a firearm. Nothing changes about the background checks that are required when you purchase a gun at a retail store. Texas has strong laws in place for anyone who misuses a firearm or threatens someone with the firearm. For example, a person who intentionally removes a handgun from a holster in a public place in view of another person commits a crime. All laws related to the misuse of any firearm will still be in place. This bill is not about AR-15s or other rifles or shotguns. Law-abiding citizens already have the general right to carry long guns in public places. And the simple truth is criminals don't care about our gun laws. And so they have an advantage over vulnerable people. It's time for Texas to join the 20 other states that have passed common sense constitutional carry.
Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, would the gentleman yield for some questions?
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
I will yield.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you, Representative Schaefer. As I was reviewing this permitless carry bill, I noted on page 1 of the bill, lines 16 and 17, you cite in a legislative findings section, section 23, Article 1 of the Texas Constitution. You say secures for Texas citizens the right to keep and bear arms. You see that part of the bill?
Yes.
You would agree that's only part of what section 23, Article 1 of the Constitution says. Do you know what the rest of that section says?
I do. I don't have the quote in front of me, but I do know.
Okay, does it, I'll read it and you can tell me if I've got it correct. Does it say that every citizen shall have the right to keep and bear arms in the lawful defense of himself or the state, but the legislature shall have the power by law to regulate the wearing of arms with a view to prevent crime? Is that what the Constitution says?
That's the Texas Constitution, yes.
Okay, thank you. So you acknowledge that the Constitution does ensure that the legislature can regulate firearms in order to prevent crime, is that right?
You're talking about the wearing, and my bill is going to require a handgun to be worn in a holster.
Right. So talking about preventing crime, are you aware of a study in December of 2017 by the American Journal of Public Health that found that states that have weakened their permitting system saw an 11% increase in the handgun homicide rate? Are you familiar with that study?
I am familiar with studies that can show you just about whatever you want to say on these laws. You can look to Arizona, which is the most populous state that has had constitutional carry for about 10 years. And their crime rates actually went down. Now, I'm not going to say that's causation, but certainly you can look to places where, like the other 20 states that have this, it has not been an issue. And I can also look to places like Chicago that have some of the most strict handgun laws in the country, and handgun crime is through the roof.
Well, let me ask you about another study. There's a November 2018 study by the National Bureau of Economic Research that found that states that have weakened their permitting system saw a 13 to 15% increase in violent crime rates. Are you familiar with that study?
I'm familiar with the study from 2014 from the Applied Economics Letter that found states with more permissive concealed carry laws had lower murder rates than states with restrictive laws. Another 2014 study found that states enacting right to carry laws had significantly reduced homicide rates.
This is not a concealed carry bill, though, right? You cited a concealed carry study. This would pertain to open carry as well as concealed carry, would it not? Is that not what your bill does?
It's open or concealed.
Thank you. So, Representative Schaefer, so on the subject of crime specifically, are you aware that this week, or in recent weeks, including this week, the police associations for major cities in Texas, including Houston, Dallas, Austin, San Antonio, have come out and opposed your legislation because they're specifically worried it will lead to an increase in crime and put their officers at risk?
One of the largest police organizations in the state is CLEAT. They did not come out against the bill. The Sheriff's Association for the whole state of Texas stayed neutral on the bill. And I can tell you that my sheriff in a pretty populated county in East Texas came out wholeheartedly in favor of the bill.
Okay, but you would acknowledge that the police associations in 4 of our largest cities in the state have affirmatively come out in opposition to this bill.
I'll take your word for it. I think there's maybe a difference of opinion between the leadership in those organizations and the rank and file patrol officers out there, because I've talked to a lot of patrol officers personally, and they're okay with this bill.
So you say you'll take my word for it. So you have not heard from any law enforcement organizations and police associations in opposition to your bill?
I'm sure there's some that have made public statements on it, but I can tell you that I have talked to the Sheriff's Association, and they are not opposed to the bill. They didn't support it, but they're not opposed to it. CLEAT, which is one of the largest law enforcement organizations in the state, did not come out and oppose the bill.
Okay, so you're not aware of any law enforcement associations that support the bill. There are some that are neutral, perhaps. Not perhaps, there are some that are neutral. You just stated that. And there are several representing our largest cities' law enforcement departments who are in opposition to the bill because they believe it will make Texas less safe and make their officers' jobs more dangerous.
And those same organizations
is that a fair
said
summation?
the same organizations said the same thing about concealed carry many years ago. And those same organizations said the same thing about the open carry law that we passed several years ago. And none of their predictions have come true.
And with the concealed carry law, I think from the mid-90s, and the open carry law from 2015, you and I were both here for that, you would acknowledge that in those laws, those laws required licensing and permitting and training. Is that right?
Some training, yes.
Yes, and this bill does not.
I look to the 20 states that is a much bigger sample size.
If you could answer that question, yes or no, this bill does not require training, right?
That's accurate.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Allison, for what purpose?
Will the member yield for a question?
Would the gentleman yield for questions? Gentleman yields for questions.
Yes, sir, Mr. Allison. I will yield for some questions.
Mr. Schaefer, you and I have had several conversations about interest and support of law enforcement.
Yes, sir.
Do you see this bill changing anything as far as supporting law enforcement? Anything that will change for law enforcement?
I do not believe so. And I have law enforcement in my family. I have a lot of law enforcement people that I'm close to in my community. You know, one common example is with respect to traffic stops. And nothing in this bill is going to change the way an officer approaches a traffic stop. People do not have to have a license to carry a handgun in their vehicle right now. And so one of the common interactions between law enforcement and citizens is in traffic stops. And nothing about this bill will change that interaction.
Okay. I think we share the interest in supporting law enforcement, and this bill will do nothing to undermine that. And I know we have other bills coming forward to support the continuation of law enforcement.
Mr. Allison, I agree with that. And I will tell you on a personal level, I would not be bringing this bill to this body if I believe that this is going to make life more difficult for our men and women in law enforcement, because they have a very difficult job. But I do know that law-abiding citizens need the ability to protect themselves and their families, and we should not expect law enforcement to be in every place at every time. And we have to give citizens the ability to protect themselves in a time of need.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Ellison.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Israel, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield for a question?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes,
gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Schaefer. I've served on this committee last session, and I respect the work that they do. I know that this bill came through with an awful lot of testimony and input. I believe it was a rather lengthy hearing, and lots of people chimed in. So I'm asking you a question in terms of on the debate that happened in committee. It struck me that as you're laying out the bill, you're being very empathetic and sympathetic to those who cannot afford to purchase a permit. Am I hearing that correctly?
I'm absolutely empathetic to that, and I will tell you that it is people that are low income and working full time and juggling so many things. And those are the same people who might be living in a neighborhood in the area where they're concerned about their safety when they're in public places. And I don't think that the state of Texas should be in a position where we make them spend, $150 to get a class and fingerprint checks and pay the fees and then wait weeks and weeks and weeks before they have the ability to protect themselves.
How much does it cost to do all of that right now?
On average, I would say $100 to $150. And it takes weeks, and you have to take, you may have to take time off work. You have to take time to go to the place to get your fingerprint check. There's a 147-page handbook on the DPS website that someone might have to try to understand about this. It's not always easy for the average person to understand the license to carry requirement. And not only that, you have to physically carry the card with you. If your card is expired, you haven't renewed it, or you left your wallet or your handbag or your purse at home, and you think you're okay, you think you're following the law because you have the handgun license, well, guess what? You're not.
Are you minimizing the effect of training?
You know, I've taken the course and the training, and I love training. Training is good.
Do you
and
think
we've
it's
actually
valuable? Does it help somebody who's not familiar with weapons, didn't grow up with weapons, wants to get a weapon for self-defense? I mean, the law enforcement people in my family have said, you don't buy a gun unless you're going to use it.
Well,
and this is not, you know, so this is a serious thing to own a gun. And I'm just wondering what your mindset is around the value of training for those who would get the training and then be smarter and better gun owners.
Training is valuable. There's no
Training
question.
is valuable.
Training is valuable. But training is sometimes not the only issue that's involved. You know, Representative, there are times when, like in someone's home, someone may be breaking in, and that homeowner displays a weapon in their home and does so lawfully. The weapon is never discharged. No shots are fired. But you know, and my kids like to watch those animal shows, and I see the image in Africa of the lion next to the porcupine. The lion doesn't bother the porcupine. So it's not always about training. Sometimes it's the ability for a woman or someone who's maybe inferior in stature to a stronger person, being able to level the playing field with a criminal.
Back to the committee debate that you had in the hearing, did it occur to you that or was there an exchange in your hearing about the fact that it might be helpful for people to, what you've alluded to is that there's a cost involved, that training can be helpful. Did it, in the course of the debate, did anyone discuss the potential for simply waiving the fee and find a way in our budgeting process to help people afford it?
You know, that's a policy debate for another bill. Certainly, I think that's a worthy conversation.
Did that come up in your committee debate to say, if you're concerned about people who can't afford the permit, then waive the permit, you could put a fee on the gun, and
that still does not stop the time requirement. It still does not stop the weeks that it takes to get this permit. You take someone who's in a family.
So your concern isn't about the money; it's also about the delay and the time that it takes to get the training.
You think about someone whose ex-husband is threatening to come hurt them. Do they have time to wait weeks and weeks for a card to come in the mail or the government to process their paperwork? Should we take away that person's ability to, when they are going to the store, for that woman to put a handgun into her purse? She can already keep it in her car, but when she wants to go in the store and she's scared, for some reason she's scared.
Well, Mr. Safer, you're saying on one hand that training is valuable and helpful, but on the other hand, waiting is an inconvenience.
I'm saying it's not always an inconvenience. It can be a matter of life and death for some people.
All right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate your time.
Mr. King, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a couple questions?
The gentleman yields for a couple of questions.
Yes.
Thank you. So, Mr. Schaefer, if I could, just want to kind of make sure I understand the nuts and bolts of your bill. So, there's certain places today it's illegal to carry a handgun. Schools, airports, businesses that have a sign up, places like that. Those will still be illegal if your bill passes today, correct?
The sensitive places that are already in our law where it's illegal to possess a handgun unlicensed will still be prohibited. That's right.
And then today, if I'm correct, if you tell me if I'm correct, someone can, without any permit, training, license, anything, can walk up and down the street of any town with a long gun,
yes,
legally.
Sir. And that's been the case for many years in the state of Texas.
And with regard to a handgun, it's legal today for someone without a license, without a permit, without any training, although I'm like you, I really, really believe in training. But someone can have a handgun at their house. They can have one in their automobile. They can obviously have one when they're traveling within their car.
they can take it back and forth between their place of business and their car.
And they can have it inside their place of business unless their employer restricts it. But if it's their business, they can walk back and forth between their car to the business, and they can wear it in their business all day. A lot of places do, particularly convenience stores, pawn shops, places like that. They can...
The gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Martinez-Fisher.
I move to extend the gentleman's time.
Members, is there objection to extending Mr. Schaefer's time? The chair hears none. The gentleman's time is extended.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, I will yield. And just to Representative Moody, asked me to clarify, this does not impact public schools. It doesn't impact private schools either. And be happy to yield for your questions.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Schaefer. Representative, first let me be the first to thank you. You actually did something yesterday that hadn't happened in about 10 years of employment for me. You actually took a phone call of a staffer to explain the bill and a question that I had. So number one, I want to thank you for doing that. Number two, it totally freaked her out. So for the record, you need to know that.
Hey, I'm for those staffers. They remember I remember their budgets and pay, so.
Yeah. Well, now that they're probably entirely blushing on TV right now, I will want to just pick up, I think Representative King started it, and when I reviewed your bill, it's a 20-page bill, there's a lot of content, and am I correct? I think some of your assessment is portions of the bill can be confusing because we're sort of repealing lots of things as it relates to restrictions on carrying weapons. Is that fair?
And what we're doing, it is fair. It's because we are actually trying to simplify the penal code so that, even non-lawyers could actually have some chance of reading this and understanding what we've done. The gun laws are a mess in our code. And so we made some effort to simplify it, and we had to move things around to do that.
And then to my specific point, I mean, there was a question I had about, as it relates to the 30-06 signs and what offenses are created if and when an individual shows up on a premise. And that was the part you clarified, but it was a nuance in the drafting. And that's an example of how these things can get kind of tricky, I guess, I would say.
Sure.
But when I listen to your exchange with Representative King and I read your legislative findings, you go above and beyond to notify this body, the professional world, the lay world, that it's not your intent for persons who are currently prohibited from possessing firearms. They will not gain that right of access under this proposal. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct.
Okay. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Martinez-Fisher.
I'm sorry, but maybe pursuant to Rule 1, Section 5, we're on the very significant part of our calendar, and a little bit of order would certainly go a long way.
Members, please take your conversations outside the chamber, not outside the rails, outside the chambers, and give Mr. Martinez-Fisher and Mr. Schaefer your attention.
And Mr. Speaker, I think it would be appropriate, because I know that you've been patient, and I know that I have violated this talking while other members have been at the mic, so I don't want to be a hypocrite, but you're being kind to this body under the rules as I understand it, that pursuant to Rule 1, Section 5, you have the authority to have sergeants sit members in their seats to maintain order. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so in lieu of that, you were asking these members in a very nice way that when it comes to these types of debates, that we need to make sure that our constituents know that we're paying attention and engaging on this subject.
I agree, Mr. Martinez-Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for your courtesy with respect to bringing order. So, Representative Schaefer, as we were talking about it, you go above and beyond to make it very clear that we're not going to give anybody who is prohibited by law today from having a right of access to a weapon. That's not your intent.
That's correct.
Okay. And in so doing, I'm not sure, I'm continuing to read this, but in the finding below that, you list a number of offenses that are currently examples of instances where individuals in this state, no matter how much they love the Second Amendment, they would not be entitled to have a handgun under this House bill in its current form. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, and those are examples listed. It's not exhaustive, but it's examples of common reasons a person would be prohibited from possessing.
But like it or not, make no mistake, no matter how much you love the Second Amendment, if you are prohibited by law today from possessing a weapon, this law is not going to give you that right.
That's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Schaffer.
Mr. King, for what purpose?
Just a couple more questions if the gentleman will yield.
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, I
Gentleman
will
yields.
yield for questions.
So just following up on a moment ago, so if I understand it, all you're really doing with this bill, since you can already have it at business, you can already have it at home, you can already have a handgun in your car, you can already carry a long gun anywhere, all you're doing is closing a really pretty small gap.
It's not
such
that-
as the person who wants to walk down the street with a handgun for protection. They're still not going to be able to go into the business that has a sign up. They're still not going to be able to go into the prohibited places. If they're a criminal, they're still not going to be able to carry. Since you can already have it at home, you can already have it in your car, and you can already have it at business, you're really just expanding it a pretty small amount, if I understand your bill.
That's right, Representative King. It's really not that much of a policy stretch. And I think that's why so many states have passed this law.
And were you aware I was a police officer for a long time?
Yes, sir. We're glad to have your experience here on the floor.
And did you know that in 1987 or 89, when the first license to carry bill was being looked at, that Fort Worth Police Department sent me down here to testify against those bills?
I didn't know that. I was younger then, but yes, sir.
And our very legitimate concern was that if that happened, we would have a lot of officers placed in difficult situations, people without training would be injured, there would be an increase in crime. And the bill didn't pass that time, and we actually worked pretty hard against it. Then, I guess wasn't it in 1997 that Jerry Patterson's bill and Suzanne Hupp passed after that big Luby's massacre?
Yep.
Passed the first handgun license permit for Texas.
Representative King, you're right, and I'm glad you mentioned her. Susanna Hupp is actually here in the gallery today for this important bill.
Well, then I'm really glad I mentioned her name. But she and Jerry Patterson passed that, and I was no longer a policeman at the time, but I was a judge. And I'll admit to you, did you know that I was still very concerned that it was going to lead to an increase in crime, increase in other problems? Am I correct that for people who have been licensed to carry, we just haven't seen any criminal offenses to speak of? Isn't that correct?
You know, law enforcement officers that I have talked to have a lot of faith in people who have license to carry.
And for people who are just regular citizens in Texas and going to work every day and carrying a firearm in their car, we haven't seen an increase in crime from those individuals in any case, have we?
No, in fact, law enforcement has not come to this building asking us to prohibit those unlicensed handguns from being carried in vehicles.
And people who are keeping their handgun at their business, we haven't seen an increase in crime or anything occurring at those businesses, have we?
No, we have not. But we do have examples of law-abiding citizens being able to use a handgun to defend themselves or others.
And so what you're really wanting to do, if I understand it, is for my 5 daughters, who when they're out a little bit late at night, they got to run to Walmart. They've had some training, but they really haven't gone and gotten their license to carry. You're just wanting them to be able to take that handgun out of the glove box, stick it in their purse or whatever they're carrying, and walk across the parking lot with it, have it there, and if anybody bothers them, be able to display that, order them to stop, and if they're forced to take action, take action. That's really all you're trying to do, if I'm correct.
That's correct, Mr. King. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Sherman, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield for questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, I will yield.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you. Mr. Schaefer, I want to express to you that I appreciate you for your authenticity. And I want to express to you that I appreciate you for the fact that I have found to be a man who is willing to stand up against partisan politics, as evident in the bill that you and I have joined Arthur together. My question, though, is I'm not sure of the intent of your bill. Okay. Could you elaborate on that? Because I've heard several speakers come forward and say things like it would make their granddaughters safer, it would make their wives safer. But could you express to this body what the intent of the bill is?
Gentleman, time has expired.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Sherman.
May I ask for more time?
The extension of a second time would require unanimous consent of the body. Is there objection to another extension? Chair hears none. The gentleman's time is extended.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So to answer your question, Mr. Sherman, I give the common example of two different women in two different neighborhoods going for a walk for a reason, because I think that is a common occurrence. And I think that that woman who walks alone on the street because she wants to get away from the screaming kids or the daily tasks and responsibilities in her home and clear her head, that sometimes she may not feel safe when she's walking on a street in any neighborhood. But we have made it hard, we've made it difficult for a woman to feel safer when she is a law-abiding citizen walking on the street in her neighborhood. And I think that that is worthy of bringing this bill to this body.
And I appreciate your concern. Have you considered what your bill does? I heard you ask or state that you felt if a weapon was in the homeowner's home and someone broke into their home and the weapon was seen, that the outcome would be different. Do you recall saying that?
Yes, I do believe that that is factual and it's something that has happened.
I know what is factual is that Tatiana Jefferson, who had a weapon in her home that was revealed, it didn't work out for her. And I don't think that for people of color that you've considered the ramifications. Mr. Schaefer, are you familiar with the talk that African American parents have to give their children when it comes to driving their vehicles and being pulled over by police officers? And let me just say that I have a son who's a police officer, who that's all he's wanted to be since he was 5 years old. And he's living his best life. He's also a firefighter as well. And I've got a firefighter son too. And they're very concerned about the proliferation of guns. But are you familiar with the talk that we have to have?
You and I have had those conversations, Representative Sherman.
Are you familiar with the talk?
Mr. Sherman, you and I have had conversation in my office about the talk.
Mr. Schaefer, there are 20% African Americans in your district, 18% Hispanics. And all of the individuals who have been killed have been unarmed in their vehicles, killed by law enforcement. What do you think the ramifications will be if there is a gun in their car that is seen? They're already seen as a danger.
Mr. Sherman, I believe everyone should be treated equally under the law.
And are they?
That is our hope, but we don't live in a perfect world, and you and I know that, and that's not what this bill is about. This bill has no mention of color or race or creed. This bill is about people's God-given right to protect themselves, and that applies no matter what neighborhood you live in, who your parents were, how much money you make, or who you voted for. This applies to all Texans.
Thank you, Mr. Schaefer, but sticking with the subject, Are you at all concerned about the ramifications for people of color? I understand this bill is about freedom and liberty, but have you considered what this does for the African American parents who have to give that talk? Because you and I know in this world it's not perfect. And there are no white Botham Jeans. There are no white Tatiana Jeffersons. There are no white Breonna Taylors. So I implore you to consider the other parts of your district and the entire state of Texas. We are very diverse, and every law that we pass here affects every family, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Sherman.
Thank you, Mr. Schaefer. I appreciate the opportunity to discuss this with you. I do not believe that we had the opportunity to go into deep discussion regarding this in your office, but I really appreciate the opportunity that we have to have candid conversation, because that's what you and I do.
Representative Sherman, I have shared that conversation that you talked about with close friends of mine of color. And so I'm not going to bring them into this conversation, but the answer to your question is yes, I have had a detailed conversation about that.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Collier, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I move to have the remarks between Representative Sherman and Representative Schaefer reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Members, you heard the motion. There's objection. Chair hears none, so ordered. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Moody.
Chair recognizes Mr. Moody to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, you all know what this amendment does. What I'd like to talk to you about is why I'm here to offer it. There are dates you remember because they change your life. And so in my headspace, I've got the births of my children, my anniversary, and others that bring me a lot of joy. Sitting next to those are a few dates that I'll never forget, as much as I'd like to. August 3rd, 2019. I was at church preparing for a retreat, talking about community and love, actually. And everyone's phones started buzzing. There was this sort of weird, nervous energy when we realized that a whole bunch of us were all getting calls at the same time. Sort of like that slow monster behind the door moment in a horror movie. You don't want to look, but you have to. And that's exactly what it was when we got the news. There was horror. There was a monster. And innocent people in my hometown were dead on the floor of a Walmart because a man wrote a racist manifesto, then grabbed a rifle and drove across Texas to kill Hispanic people. 23 died altogether. The last one, Coach Memo, held on in intensive care for 9 long, painful months. And I'll always remember April 26, 2020 as the date he died. He was a father, a husband, a devoted teacher, and he was taken from us. It hit me then, hard, that I wasn't over the shooting. I'd actually hardly gotten a break because on August 31st, 2019, a man drove between Midland and Odessa shooting dozens of people. He tried to buy a gun at a store, was refused when he failed the background check, then simply walked out without consequence and arranged to buy the murder weapon in a private sale where no background check was required. After those shootings, people everywhere from all political stripes talked about what could be done to keep this from happening again. There were roundtable discussions and stakeholder meetings and a lot of promises. We were told there would be good guys with guns and that we'd keep them out of the hands of the bad guys. And I was hopeful, members. Even knowing the political realities, I was hopeful. But now, here we are. The first legislative session back since then, and it's another date that's going to be burned into my heart. April 15th, 2021 is the date we heard a big gun expansion bill, like the big gun expansion bills we have every single session. Having done nothing at all to make sure dangerous criminals aren't armed, having done nothing at all to make our current laws enforceable, having done nothing at all to make good on solemn promises made to the families of El Paso and in places across the state on the graves of their loved ones. April 15th, 2021 is the date where we did nothing at all once again. I'm not anti-gun. I'm a gun owner, like a lot of us here. But I'm also like most Texans, Democrats, Republicans, and independents alike, in that we don't want felons to be able to buy a gun without a background check. We don't want a court to hold a hearing, grant a protective order against a domestic abuser, then have no way to enforce it. We want people who intentionally lie on background checks to be prosecutable. We want some common sense things we all know there's broad bipartisan support for in this state. We want this body voting on this floor on gun legislation that isn't just more guns. Members, I'm so tired of doing nothing. I'm so tired of catering to a very small number of very loud people whose thinking about guns is wrapped up in unfounded fears and bizarre conspiracy theories. I'm so tired of the gun being worshiped like some golden calf and hearing all about rights, but nothing about responsibilities. When are we going to do something? When we do, I'll mark that date down too, with great pride in this body. Until then, until we actually do something real, I don't want to do anything else. I'm asking the same of you for the people of El Paso, and for Midland, Odessa, and for Bryan, and for White Settlement, and for Santa Fe, and Sutherland Springs, for Plano, in Dallas, in Houston, Waco, Garland, Spring, Fort Hood, College Station, and for every other community shattered by mass shooting prior to the last decade, because all I just listed was only the last 10 years. For all of them, and for the responsible gun owners of Texas who do things the right way, I ask you to vote for this amendment.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Guerin, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for a question?
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, sir.
The gentleman yields.
Mr. Moody, are you aware that this week in Ms. Collier's committee, I laid out the bill on the background check, and hopefully that will be passed out and will be on this floor very soon.
I was aware, and I remember prior to the pandemic when you came to El Paso and met with people that were grieving in my community, and I appreciate that. Thank you, sir.
And Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Guerin, for what purpose?
Could I move to have Mr. Moody's previous remarks before my question reduced to writing and placed in the journal?
Members, you heard the motion. Is objection? Chair hears none, so ordered.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Landgraf, for what purpose?
I request that the remarks of
Speaker Moody, during the layout of this amendment, be reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Members, you heard the motion. There's objection. Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair recognizes Mr. Schaefer to speak against the amendment.
Speaker Pro Tem Moody, thank you for your heartfelt remarks, and I don't know of anyone that doesn't grieve for the loss of innocent life. I will tell you that my goal is to ensure the protection of innocent life, and we may have serious, respectful disagreements on how to accomplish that. And I certainly believe that the protection of innocent life is part of the purpose of this bill.
Mr. Speaker.
And so I would...
Mr. Toth, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for a question?
The gentleman yield for questions?
Does your bill, Mr. Schaefer, eliminate background checks?
I will yield for a question.
He will yield for a question.
Does your bill eliminate background checks?
This bill does not pertain to background checks.
Thank you.
With that, members, I'm respectfully going to have to oppose Mr. Moody's amendment.
Chair recognizes Mr. Moody to close on the amendment.
Thank you, members, for giving me and the members from El Paso your time, your attention, and your respect. I'd ask you to vote for this amendment.
The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. A record vote has been requested by Mr. Kaysen. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. All members voting. There being 63 ayes, 79 nays, the amendment fails to adopt.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Hinojosa, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order against further consideration of House Bill 1927 under Rule 8, Section 1A1.
Please bring your point of order down front. The chair advises our guests that the rules of the House prohibit demonstrations or outbursts by visitors in the gallery. If there are additional demonstrations or outbursts in the gallery, the chair will order the Sergeant of Arms to clear the gallery under the House's constitutional authority to prevent obstruction of its proceedings.
Mrs. Hinojosa, can you please come down front?
Representative Hinojosa raises a point of order against further consideration of House Bill 1927 under Rule 8, Section 1A1 of the House Rules on the grounds that the caption does not give reasonable notice of the bill's subject. Ms. Hinojosa argues that the caption's phrase, "not otherwise prohibited by state or federal law from possessing a firearm," is incorrect because Section 17 of the bill would legalize the possession of a firearm by persons who are currently prohibited from possessing a firearm. Subject to the bill is to authorize persons 21 years of age or older to carry a firearm without a license if not prohibited by law from possessing a firearm. The complained of section is a conforming change to implement the purpose of the bill. The caption gives reasonable notice of Section 17 in the phrase, "other provisions relating to the carrying of a firearm." The caption complies with the rule. Accordingly, the point of order is respectfully overruled. Please excuse Representative Herrera of important business in the district. On the motion of Representative Hunter, is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Schaefer.
Chair recognizes Mr. Schaefer to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This really is a perfecting amendment and making some modifications to keep with the purpose of the bill. 4 points here. It's going to make the authority to disarm in the first part of the bill track exactly as our existing language in the government code. It's also going to ensure that our oral notice provision that we make accommodation for a person who may not be able to understand due to language or disability. Also make sure that open meetings are treated exactly as meetings here in the Capitol with respect to license to carry holders. And it also conforms the statutory preemption in the local government code to keep the status quo for state law regarding preemption on handguns. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Mr. Schaefer sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to adoption of the amendment? Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Is Ms. Johnson of Harris County on the floor of the House? The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by A. Johnson of Harris.
Chair recognizes Ms. Johnson to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I offer an amendment on this bill, given the fact that this current legislation gives a massive shift to our small businesses and will cost them jobs. This bill requires that not only do you have signage as we currently have, but then in addition to the signage, you have to have somebody that orally, personally notifies the weapon holder that your private personal business does not want guns on the premises. Why is this so important? This is important because of the businesses in our districts. One of which that I talked to this morning that says, Ann, I don't have that kind of staff. I have a small business where I have an elderly individual with special needs that I like to be the greeter at my door. There is no way that that individual is going to have the capability to tell somebody who comes in with a weapon that we don't want you in our business with a weapon. Despite the fact that they have complied with the law to put up the signage, this bill requires that you give oral notification personally by the owner or their registered agent. Our small businesses don't have that capability. This amendment merely takes away the obligation for businesses and other institutions to orally notify. Who else is it going to apply to? The bill says that all of the restrictions that you all have already passed to say that if you have a restaurant with 51% or more of your income for sales or service or alcohol beverage, restaurants and bars, if you have a correctional facility, if you have a civil commitment facility, if you have a hospital, if you have a mental hospital, it is no longer enough to put up a sign saying your gun is not welcome on this premise. Those facilities have to have somebody, again, personally, orally advise the individual that they cannot.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Crockett, for what purpose?
will the gentlelady yield?
Will the gentlelady yield for questions?
Yes.
She yields for questions.
Ms. Johnson, it's my understanding that in your former life, you prosecuted cases. Is that correct?
Correct. I am a former chief human trafficking prosecutor in Harris County and have been involved in criminal jurisprudence for almost 20 years as both a prosecutor and defense attorney.
Now, Ms. Johnson, upon the layout of this bill, it was made clear that if it was unlawful to carry a firearm on certain premises, that it would remain unlawful. Is that correct?
That's correct. However, that's not accurate by current practice because there's an additional requirement. If you sign on to this bill or reject this amendment, you're reducing the punishment range from a Class A to a Class C for somebody who violates the ruling. And I want to thank those members who have talked with me about this issue this morning, because some have said, well, look, here's the intent around that. If somebody walks into the business and they made a mistake, if you warn them, they can go, oh, I'm sorry, and walk out. Here's the problem. Under the current law, it's intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly. So if I intentionally am strapped on and I go into a small bakery and I stand there like, aha, look at me. I'm coming into your business, even though you have a sign that says, please don't do that in my private business. Please don't wear your gun in my private business, around my high school students that are working here, around my special needs staff. Please don't bring your weapon in. You can stand there and at most, you're risking a Class C. A Class C. The burden is shifted to that small business to then confront that individual and say, please leave, we don't want your weapon in here.
Let me give you...
Yes, ma'am.
Let me give you another example or another question. As you know, I do criminal defense work as well. Because someone is arrested for an offense, that doesn't necessarily take away their right to possess a firearm. Is that correct?
That's exactly right.
And in this particular provision, our courthouses, where we're having murder cases, capital murder cases, family violence cases going on, someone who has not finally been convicted of an offense can technically walk in with a firearm because they are lawfully possessing that firearm. And unless someone is there and tells them to stop, it's a Class C misdemeanor, even if they have it posted at our courthouses, correct?
Once they notify and they refuse to disperse and leave, then it's a Class A. But that's a circumstance, and you bring up a great point. That 21-year-old pimp, that 21-year-old trafficker who is not yet a convicted felon, roll on into any place you want and buy a gun under this provision and walk around in whatever way you want. No training, no understanding, Wild West pimp style. That's what this bill does. And then that pimp can roll into whatever small businesses in your community with their stable of girls, and they can flaunt it. And if you don't have the courage to stand up and say, Mr. Pimp, with your stable of girls, I really don't want you in here in my business in this manner. If you don't want to confront them, you got to call the police and say, guess what's going on in here? According to the great state of Texas, there's a big-time Class C going on in here. And I'm being sarcastic because you all know that a Class C is nothing. It is no penalty to these people who knowingly walk into businesses and purposely, intentionally, knowingly, and recklessly flaunt the fact that we are saying that Mr. Schaefer's position overcomes every private business interest. That every private business in Texas that says, you know what, I don't want that guy. I don't want that guy that's not yet a felon, who can't get through the training, to walk in here to my business with a gun.
So just to be clear, the only thing that this amendment would do would actually leave existing law in place so that places such as courthouses, places where our judges and our attorneys are showing up, I don't know how many members actually practice family law, but we're talking about volatile situations. And we're also talking about people that literally could be on bond, that could walk into these places. Ms. Johnson, I don't know if you're aware, but I actually experienced a courthouse shooting in 2011 in East Texas in Bowie County. And right now, we've heard testimony that there are no police organizations that are on board with this piece of legislation. Because in that particular courthouse shooting, while guns were not generally allowed, in some of our smaller courthouses, they don't necessarily have metal detectors, and they don't necessarily have staff that are able to stand there at every single door to make sure that someone doesn't come in. Sadly enough, that gentleman who just happened to be my client, and only by the grace of God am I here today, he ended up killing one of our sheriff's deputies. This is a dangerous situation, and you're asking for a simple amendment that would at least leave the notice requirement in place. Isn't that right?
Absolutely, Representative Crockett. All this amendment does is keep your existing law in effect for the transition of what they want, which is 21-year-olds without a permit. All this amendment does is say that the signage that you all have approved is all that's needed, that you are not shifting the burden to small businesses, to hospital institutions, to not only create signage, but to go up and confront the individual. And I want to address an issue that one of you brought up with me, and you said, hey, I think why we're doing this is we just want to make those accidental carries on grounds of Class C. And let me tell you, as a chief prosecutor, if somebody gets confronted and they go, oh my God, I'm sorry, and they walk out, I'm not going to file that case. That's not intentional, knowingly, or recklessly. And I'd love to see any statistics where you suggest that that's happening, because I don't believe that's happening. But what this bill does is that if that 21-year-old pimp stands in the middle of that restaurant with his stable and his gun on his side, he can stand there all day long. And until you get the courage to go up and confront him, all he's doing is a Class C. Shifting the burden of law enforcement to our small businesses is not okay. And all this amendment does is keep in place that your signage requirement is all that's required for the Class A misdemeanor. There are two different provisions in this bill that do it. Two different times where this obligation for oral notification undoes everything that you've done to say that mental health facilities, hospitals,
Gentlelady's time has expired. The chair recognizes Mr. Schaefer to speak against the amendment.
Thank you, Representative Johnson, for your remarks. I have to point out some inconsistencies with current law that she brought up. She had many comments about private businesses. Just last session, members, Representative Swanson passed that oral notice provision regarding private businesses with strong bipartisan support here on this floor, and that is now the law of the state. We're really talking about situations where just a mistake was made, came onto a premises where there was no other misuse of the firearm. That's already existing law for businesses. I guarantee most of you on this floor, Republican and Democrat, voted in favor of that last session. You can go back a few more years to 2015. Representative Springer brought a bill to this chamber regarding airports. And we all know after 9/11 how sensitive airports are. And people that make mistakes, honest mistakes, with no misuse of the weapon at an airport. And that passed 139 to nothing, members. And that law has been the case for 5 years at our airports. So what this bill does is it extends that same type of protection where you have a person who has made a mistake. It's a Class C misdemeanor, but if there's notice, they have an opportunity to leave. If they don't, it's a Class A. But we're not going to put people in felony jeopardy or have them go through all the expense for a mistake. And again, this is only where the fact pattern does not involve any kind of misuse with the firearm. So, members, I think this is really consistent with what we have already done.
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield for a question?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
The gentleman yields for questions.
Representative Schaefer, the bill changes the punishment range of the offense. Correct, and let me know if I'm wrong, but that oral notification, it's the only thing that allows you the Class A punishment. And the failure to do the oral notification reduces it to a Class C, correct?
We're treating it just like we treat airports today.
Say that, I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
We're going to make it consistent with what we have done for airports today.
So airports, but you would recognize and understand that airports that have law enforcement individuals, have metal detectors, are not the same as the small businesses in my district that only have high school students and special needs individuals working in their small businesses.
Representative Johnson, it's already the law for small businesses.
What's
this
already
oral
law?
notice is already the law. Representative Swanson passed that bill last session.
The law is what punishment range if you violate?
It's Class C.
It's a Class C.
It's Class C, but if you fail to depart, it's Class A. What my bill does is consistent with what we already do. It parallels what we do for businesses and airports.
So you're saying that current existing law already requires oral notification?
In order to get a conviction, that's right, yes.
Under those that are trained? Or then why do you have it in your language? Why do you need it if it's already the law? Why is it in your bill?
Because we believe this is good policy.
But if it's already Texas law, why in the bill?
Because it's good policy and we're extending it to other places so that we do not criminalize people for mistakes. That's it.
Well, I just want to be clear because you're telling the body that this is already law. And that's why I'm asking the question as a freshman. If it's already law,
Johnson,
why do you need it in your bill?
You're the one who raised businesses. And I'm telling you that for businesses, this is already the law.
For who? For the permitless? Those that don't have a training?
For people with handguns that are licensed today. So we're going to treat them equally. So if this bill passes, we're treating someone who's legally able to carry that handgun the same way we treat people who can legally carry a handgun now. So it's equal treatment.
It's not equal treatment because you're changing the pool of individuals that can carry. You've gone from those that have gotten training to a 21-year-old kid who rolls into a sporting goods store and decides he wants to carry a weapon, and then go to the courthouse, or go to the hospital, or go to Chick-fil-A.
You and I are just going to have to disagree on this point. Members, I'm going to have to oppose this amendment.
Chair recognizes Ms. Johnson to close on the amendment.
Members, I ask that you please consider this amendment. I've had a chance to talk to you some on the floor, and I understand what some of you have said is a legitimate concern of a mistake. And I will tell you that my experience as a prosecutor, that mistake is not prosecuted. But what I envision with the passage of this law is just as we've talked about. We are broadening the breadth of anyone who can go get a weapon and then stand in any private business and flaunt it. All we're simply saying is, please don't put the burden on the small bakery in my district that now not only has to be the small business that has high school kids and elderly individuals with special needs working, but now they've got to take on the role that we don't have the courage of doing. They got to stand in front of that individual with a gun and say, sir, this is my private business. I'm asking that you not be here. I'm letting you know, as someone who's been in criminal jurisprudence for 20 years, please don't egg on the conflict. Please don't egg on that fight. And I would think about, look at your social media feed on all the times you've seen just in the last few months on businesses that have asked people not wearing a mask to put on a mask. And look at how that's gone. And now think about the fact that we're going to have that same discussion with a weapon. This is not fair to our businesses, our hospitals, our mental hospitals, and all the facilities to shift the burden to them to add staff, to train staff, to, in addition to their signage, confront an individual who is blatantly letting them know that you support them more than you support their business. This is absolutely a small business killer, and I ask you to vote in support of this amendment to correct this error.
The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. A record of vote has been requested by Mr. Kaysen. The clerk will ring the bell. Mr. Darby voting no. Mr. Schaefer voting no. All members voting. There being 61 ayes, 83 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. Ms. Theory. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Theory.
The chair recognizes Ms. Theory to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I hope that I can really get you to direct your attention to a part of the bill that you may not have looked at. And I've been speaking with Representative Schaefer. I thought this was going to be one of the other amendments, but Representative, this is one that we really didn't get to. We only touched on tangentially, so my apologies I didn't get to talk to you all the way about it. But, Mr. Speaker and members, on page 9, lines 1 through 3, there creates a defense that even if the person is told orally to leave, we just heard a debate from Representative Johnson and Representative Schaefer about whether the person should have to tell the person with the gun to leave. So let's presuppose that the person does exactly what Representative Schaefer said. And the business owner says, I want you to leave. We don't want guns here. There's now a defense that says if that person didn't leave, they can still defend themselves if they move forward and say that the sole basis of which entry on the property or the building was forbidden is that the entry with a firearm or weapon was forbidden. Now, I know that sounds like a bunch of word salad, but that is what it says. And what it in effect means is, please, members, hear me out. I'm a lawyer also. I've been practicing 25 years, and you know, I don't get up here to take the hard floppy foul. I'm here to be really sincere. It essentially says that if it puts a burden on the person to say they did something else other than refuse to leave with a gun. It gives them an absolute defense. And so, members, what that means is these property owners that we're talking about, whether it's an airport representative or the restaurant or any of these protected 6 establishments, they have to come up with another reason now. They don't have the authority to just say, well, I essentially want you to leave because I don't want a gun here. This is not the kind of place where we want guns. And that's it. A weapon is forbidden here. This says, again, members, please go to page 9 of the bill, lines 1 through 3, they have a complete defense to prosecution. So what that means is, what incentive would anybody have to leave if they know they can refuse and not be prosecuted, because the only reason they're telling you to leave is because you have a gun? Now, that's that establishment's right to do, according to you, Representative Schaefer. You said you're keeping it just as the law is. So we said, if you have a sign, that used to be enough. Well, now that's not enough. You have to go and confront the person. Well, even if you do that under this section, so all I'm asking is if we just at least strike this section, they can still have those other defenses. But why would we then? It's a toothless tiger, Representative. There's no way anybody would ever get a Class A or a Class C or any misdemeanor if at the end of it says, well, they only made me leave because a gun was forbidden. That essentially says they have no right then to tell you to leave. And I hope you could follow it because but you know, and it's written that way in the bill, which is why I have to explain it the way it's written. It says the sole basis on which the entry of the property or land or in the building was forbidden is that entry with a firearm or other weapon was forbidden. So they're essentially saying, you can't prosecute me if I refuse to leave simply because you don't want a weapon here. Well, if that's the case, how would you ever make the person leave? What would incentivize them to leave is because they can't be prosecuted under this section. So I don't know, Representative, if you can respond to that. Maybe I'll go to the back and ask you some questions about it. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Mr. Schaefer to speak against the amendment.
Thank you, Representative Theory, for coming to me and talking to me about this, and thank you for your comments. The answer is that in the Penal Code, Section 30.05, our long-standing, decades-old criminal trespass statute stays in place. And the notice, and the oral notice, and the signed notice, all those notices that are under our ordinary criminal trespass statute still apply and would allow that person to be prosecuted under the exact facts that you mentioned.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Theory, for what purpose?
Thank you. Would the gentleman please yield?
The gentleman yield.
I will yield for some questions.
The gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Schaefer, if we can still prosecute them on a trespass statute, what would be the need? We all know that when you see a bill and you have lines underneath it, that means that's new language. So this is additional language that you're adding, and it essentially is creating an absolute defense. That you're putting a heightened requirement on the property owner, the premises owner, that they have to now say that you're forbidden, that they broke some other type of law. Because they said you can't use the fact that they refused to leave based on refusing because of the gun. And so I'm just trying to understand why is that necessary? Because I don't think you really want to embolden the people to say, I'm going to stay here anyway because you can't prosecute me because I have a gun and you want me to leave because I have a gun.
2 points. One.
Mr. Speaker, would I ask if the members could please pay attention? I don't get on the back mic often. I do take my time seriously too.
Members, please take your conversations outside the chamber.
2 points. One, if the nature of the trespass is solely based on the person carrying a handgun, if the business owner asks them to leave and they refuse, they will be prosecuted under a Class A misdemeanor. Okay? Secondly, the general criminal trespass statute also would cover the same situation. Anytime a person is in a business and they refuse to leave because they've been asked, because they're doing something that business prohibits, the Penal Code prohibits that.
Excuse me, Representative, but that's my point.
No framework.
This section takes that away because it says it's not that. They can't just say you're prohibited. It doesn't prohibit that. It says that basically, if you're just telling me to leave because I'm trespassing because I have a gun and guns are forbidden here, you've created an absolute defense for that now that says that they can't use that. Now, the second part of it, which I didn't move to strike, says, which proves that the first part does that, it says that it's also a defense if once they've told them to do that and they receive the oral communication to leave, that they promptly left. Well, that makes a little more sense because they were told to leave and then they promptly departed. So in that instance, Representative, I can see that, well, then why would you be prosecuting them if you told them to leave and they just immediately left? But the number one says that the basis of it isn't good enough that they told you to leave because you had a gun.
Representative Theory, I'm afraid you have an incorrect understanding of the bill. Any place, public or private, where a firearm is excluded, handguns in particular here, according to this bill, if a person fails to leave, they can be prosecuted under a Class A misdemeanor, which is consistent with what we do at airports, consistent with what we do now in private businesses. And that's just what the bill does.
Did you know, a final question, Representative, is the purpose of number one to reduce the level of prosecution for that, or is it to create a defense
the purpose
that the
is
person
that
who didn't leave? I'm just sincerely asking, what is the purpose of number one?
The purpose is that our criminal codes will focus on the misuse of firearms. And because of the collateral consequences to a person, because of the cost, because of the stigma that comes with firearms charges is so great, we have seen that as good public policy for us to not prosecute an honest mistake at places like airports, at places like private businesses. That's why this body has 2 times sent bills to the governor to make it so that we focus our laws on the misuse of firearms, not a person who's made an honest mistake because that lawyer forgot that his handgun was in his briefcase, or someone was just in a dire hurry and they just forgot something. We're giving people a chance to not face these severe, harsh
consequences. One question about that, as it respects to mistakes, and I understand that, but I don't think we make massive pieces of legislation for outliers. I don't think are we really doing all this for the few mistakes we're talking about? Or are we talking about people that have a gun, walk into an establishment, someone says, well, guns aren't permitted here,
yes,
and they refuse to leave, and then they're prosecuted. Now, if they leave partly, then your number 2 covers that. But if they didn't leave and they were prosecuted on the basis, solely on the basis that they had a weapon and they were on a property where weapons were prohibited, and they were told to leave and they did not, they would not be prosecuted.
In my view, these are not about outliers. I have spoken to attorneys who've involved in these situations, and the number of people who have been caught up in an innocent situation where there was no misuse of the firearm, but someone was taking a harsh view of this is actually, it happens more often than it should. And so I think that we're going to keep our criminal laws focused on misuse of the firearm and not on people who are just making a mistake. And I thank you for your position on this.
Thank you, Representative.
Chair recognizes Ms. Theory to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I've kind of summarized it well. This is simply me saying that this portion puts all those who want to post a sign, not post a sign, who take the time to do what the bill is saying to do, which is to orally confront the person, tell them to leave. It puts them at a huge disadvantage because if there are some bad actors out there and they don't want to leave, this clause protects them. With that, I close.
The question occurs on adoption of the amendment. A record vote has been requested by Mr. Kaysen. The clerk will ring the bell. So Mr. Schaefer voting no. So Mr. Hefner voting no. Mr. Harris voting no. Mr. Rainey voting no. All members voting. All members voting. There being 61 ayes, 80 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Ramos.
Chair recognizes Ms. Ramos to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My amendment includes, if you look at the code, if you look at the current committee substitute, it only allows a peace officer to lawfully disarm a person if the officer reasonably believes it's necessary. So if a person is entering a government building, the only time an officer can disarm that person is if they reasonably believe it is necessary for the protection of a person. And that is concerning because they're essentially, for an officer to reasonably believe it's necessary for their protection, something has to occur. Something negative has to happen for there to be that mens rea, that belief. So what my amendment does is just allow the officer to disarm a person when they enter a government building, period. There doesn't need to be a negative action to have occurred prior to that officer having the authority to disarm a person and replace that weapon in a locker. And this is, I think, very, very important amendment because I worked for a government institution or a government building, a government institution at one point. And I asked, and this specific incident was an institution of higher education, and there was a lot of school shootings during that time. And I asked the officer, what do we do if one of the students is having a really bad day and they come to campus with a gun? How do you know who the student is if we have several students with guns? And the officer said, we don't know. It's scary as heck because we don't know who's the good guy with the gun and who's the bad guy with the gun. So as an officer, it puts me in a predicament to decide who's the good guy and who's the bad guy if everyone is carrying a gun, and it jeopardizes my safety, it risks my safety, and frankly, he said, we're terrified that that situation may ever come up. So if we let individuals go into buildings and government buildings and everyone is carrying their gun and something happens, how is the officer, the law enforcement official there supposed to decide who is the bad guy, who is the good guy, who's shooting everybody else, and who's there to protect themselves? So I ask that you support my amendment. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Mr. Schaefer to speak against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm going to oppose this bill and ask you to vote no.
Chair recognizes Ms. Ramos to close on the amendment.
Thank you so much, and I ask for you to support my amendment for the safety and security not only of our law enforcement officials who are in different government buildings protecting us across the state, but also for the individuals who are in those government buildings, for the workers who have no choice but to be there to earn a living. This amendment would protect their lives and essentially protect the lives of everybody involved in anything that we're doing today. So please support my amendment. With that,
The question occurs on adoption of the amendment. A record vote has been requested by Mr. Kaysen. The clerk will ring the bell. So Mr. Schaefer voting no. All members voting. There being 59 ayes, 85 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. Is Mr. Kaysen on the floor of the House? The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Kaysen.
Chair recognizes Mr. Kaysen to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, This amendment would simply lower the legal age to constitutionally carry a firearm from 21 years of age to 18 years of age. Under current Texas law, it's perfectly legal for an 18-year-old woman to carry a shotgun or a high-powered rifle. But strangely, it's not legal for her to carry a small handgun in her purse to protect herself from being assaulted. If we will allow an 18-year-old to carry a shotgun or a high-powered rifle, there is no excuse not to allow the same 18-year-old to carry a small handgun for self-defense. If an individual is old enough to both vote and serve their country in war, they're old enough to carry a handgun to defend themselves.
Mr. King, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a couple questions?
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
The gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you. Rep, I really understand the spirit in which you're bringing. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
See, Lena. I really understand the spirit in which you're bringing this. And I'll be honest with you, I struggle with it too. But, I mean, you're aware that this means high school kids, a senior in high school would be able to carry that handgun almost anywhere. Are we really? I know it, when I was a senior in high school, would you agree with me that when you were a senior in high school, that might not have been a great idea?
Not necessarily.
Well, I can promise you, when I was a senior in high school, that was a bad idea. And, you know, I understand the dilemma that you're dealing with regard to long guns, and that's always been a dilemma. When I was a cop, that was always an issue and hard to work through. But you also mentioned, if I'm correct, you also mentioned military, that at 18, relieving 17, you're old enough to serve your country. And you brought that up, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
But would you agree with me that before those 18-year-olds are given a gun and put into a combat situation or security situation, that they go through a lot of training with military before the military feels comfortable giving that 18-year-old a gun? Would you agree with me with that?
Well, that perhaps is true, but their mission is completely different. We're talking about personal protection.
Well, I just bring it up because you used it as an example. You said they're old enough to serve, and they are old enough to serve and defend, but only after they've had a tremendous amount of training. So I guess my question is, I just want to make sure that you understood and recognize that the way your amendment is drafted, it is going to let a high school student carry a handgun pretty much anywhere they want to.
I understand this.
Whether that's to the beer bust or whatever they're doing, which we all did in high school. And is that really your intent?
This is a legal age of consent.
Okay.
Yes.
So that is your intent, that in high school, a high school age senior could carry
I'm
that
not
handgun.
suggesting or recommending anything other than 18-year-olds be afforded the rights that come to them as a legal consenting adult.
Okay, so then let me take it another step further. If why 18, why not 17?
I didn't make the law. 18 is the law.
For what?
For legal age to purchase a firearm, a long rifle or a shotgun.
But is it the legal age to purchase a handgun?
Not at this point in time.
All right. Thank you very much.
The chair recognizes Mr. Schaefer to speak against the amendment.
Members, we have an opportunity to send the best policy forward that could become law. And I think we lose that opportunity if this amendment goes on. And though I can engage in the intellectual debate with Mr. Kaysen and maybe agree with him on a lot of these points, my goal is to advance this bill. And so I'm going to oppose this amendment because I want to advance this bill.
The chair recognizes Mr. Kaysen to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Schaefer. It's my understanding the Senate can do the things they want to do, and they can strip, amend, whatever in the Senate side. I just think that we need to offer up the strongest constitutional carry bill that we can possibly offer to the Senate. And then, as we all understand and know, it'll be in their hands once they receive it. So I would encourage you to support this amendment, and I move to adoption.
Mr. Huberty, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for question?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
The gentleman yields for question.
Thank you. Just a quick question. So assume for 1 second that you have a 19 or 20-year-old daughter that is going to a community college, or she's going someplace or going to work, and she works late at night, 1 o'clock in the morning, something along those lines. So this would allow them to be able to, her to be able to protect themselves. While if somebody's over 21 that is legally permitted, that may have a gun, she would be able to be protected. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, Representative. Could you repeat that again?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Assume you have a daughter, that many of us do, that's under the age of 21. Maybe she's 19 or 20. She's going to work, and she works in a restaurant or a bar, and she gets off at 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, and she has the ability to protect herself. And, you know, if it's over 51%, I guess she's not allowed to have that, but maybe she's working at a health club or something along those lines. That would allow her to be able to protect herself. Right now, we allow them to have tasers. You're aware of that, right?
Yes.
They can have a taser. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
It's my understanding.
So this would allow them to be able to protect themselves. Is that not right?
I believe so.
But I understand the concerns that you have, that some people have relative to when you turn 18, because I also have sons who were born earlier in the year that turn 18, and they could have a gun theoretically in high school, is what they're saying. So my thought process is this, is that before we go through this, would you consider pulling your amendment down and have a conversation with Mr. Schaefer to maybe clean this up a little bit so that we can solve some of the concerns that maybe some people have?
No, I don't believe I would. I think this is very simple and straightforward.
Okay. I would support your amendment if you'd be willing to work with Mr. Schaefer. Otherwise, I think that there's some concerns about that, but I understand what you're trying to get to.
You can go talk to Schaefer and pull it down. I'm with you, okay?
Thank you.
Does the gentleman yield for some questions?
Yes.
Well, hold on. Just a second. Mr. Slayton, for what purpose?
Can you get some order? I can't hear.
Members, please take your conversations outside
Mr.
the
Kaysen,
chamber.
currently...
Mr. Slayton, for what purpose? The chair recognizes you.
Does he
and
yield
then
for some
he will yield-
questions?
Sir?
Yes.
Mr. Slayton, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for some questions?
The gentleman yield for questions. The gentleman yields.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Kaysen, currently in Texas, an 18-year-old can already carry a pistol in their car. Is that correct?
I believe so.
So all your amendment would do, it would allow that same 18-year-old that we already allow them to carry a pistol in their car, they could carry it on their person when they're walking, say the streets of Austin.
Yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Ramos, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield for a question?
Will the gentleman yield
Yes.
for questions?
Yes.
The gentleman yields for questions.
Representative Kaysen, are you aware that 18-year-old males pay more in car insurance than females?
It's been a long time since I was 18, and No, I'm.
Would you agree that car insurance is more expensive for young males than it is for individuals over the age of 21?
I'm sorry, I'm not an expert on insurance rates, so I really can't say one way or the other.
Were you aware that studies show and our insurance companies support the fact that individuals from the age of 18 to 21 have more impulsive behavior, they engage in higher impulsive behavior?
I'm not familiar with that study.
Are you familiar with do you have any knowledge at all about 18 and 21-year-olds' behavior?
I'm sorry, I'm not able to discuss that because I don't have anything to support it. I can't say one way or the other.
Thank you, Mr. Kaysen. Thank you.
Move adoption.
The question occurs on adoption of the amendment. As a record vote requested by Mr. Kaysen, the clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Schaefer voting no. Show Mr. Sean voting no. All members voting. There being 12 ayes, 121 noes, the amendment fails. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Turner of Dallas.
The chair recognizes Mr. Turner to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. Members, there are many things that are wrong with our gun laws, but in my opinion, at least, one thing that is not wrong with them is our current system of permitting for carrying a handgun. And one reason that system works is the training requirement that exists. And another reason, in my view, is that there is, in essence, a background check, if you will, before you get your license. You have to meet certain eligibility criteria. The amendment in front of you is the first of a couple of amendments that would ensure that the same eligibility criteria that exist for a person seeking a license would continue to exist if this bill were to pass with respect to a person's ability to carry. Now, it's been discussed that, well, if you can't possess legally a gun now, you won't be able to possess if this law passes. But what's not the case right now is the criteria for carrying in each case. There are currently criteria that would prevent a person from getting a license to carry that if this bill were to pass would no longer prevent them from carrying. And so what the amendment does is restore some of the criteria that are currently in the LTC statutes, Chapter 411 of the Government Code, Section 172A, which has a list of 14 criteria you have to meet. And included among those are that you cannot have been charged with a Class A or Class B misdemeanor or equivalent offense, or an offense under Section 42.01, that's the disorderly conduct statute, or equivalent offense, or a felony under an information or indictment. And this amendment would say that if this permitless carry bill were to pass, then the same would still be true. You couldn't carry if you didn't meet that eligibility criteria. Similarly, for instance, in Section D of this amendment, in the 5 years preceding the offense, if a person has been convicted of a Class A or Class B misdemeanor or equivalent offense, or been convicted of an offense under Section 42.01, well, if this amendment passes, you'd be keeping those eligibility criteria just the same. Now, I understand Mr. Schaefer, Representative Schaefer, has talked about what's currently allowed under other state and federal law. What I'm trying to do is make sure, though, that the eligibility criteria that we currently have in the license to carry statute would still apply, and that we're not changing eligibility. And members, you know, if a person let's say, doesn't meet one of these criteria. Let's say they have a recent conviction of the kind I've just described, of a Class A misdemeanor in the last 5 years. Well, let's say they want to be able to carry. Well, they're not going to be able they currently can't, and they wouldn't, if this bill passes, be able to go get a license, but they would be able to just start carrying. And we don't want that, I think, for a couple of reasons. One, because there's a reason, of course, why we're careful about who we do permit to carry a firearm. And even if you disagree with me on that premise, you ought to also want them to train and not be deterred from going to get license training like they currently would under the current license to carry statute. So members, if you believe that the eligibility criteria ought to be the same, if a person would not be eligible to get a license, they should not be eligible to carry. And if you agree with that, I ask for your support for this amendment. Thank you. I move adoption.
Chair recognizes Mr. Schaefer to speak against the amendment.
Members, I have to oppose this amendment.
Chair recognizes Mr. Turner to close on the amendment.
Well, members, I'm just going to reiterate one more time what this amendment would do. It would keep the eligibility criteria, the first of the several criteria that are currently in Section 411.172A in place. And if you believe that that's a good idea, that we shouldn't be changing here our eligibility criteria, then I'd ask you to support this amendment.
Ms. Howard, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield for a question?
Would the gentleman yield for a question? Gentleman yields.
Thank you. I was thinking on just a previous amendment, I think it was that Representative Johnson had, where she was talking about having to give tell a customer orally that you didn't want them to come into the establishment. And Mr. Schaefer indicated that that was already the law. And when she asked why he was putting it in here, he was, I don't know what the exact answer was, but reiterating what already exists in the law. You're just doing the exact same thing here. So why would that be any different, do you think?
Yes, thank you, Representative Howard. That is correct. The three eligibility criteria that are included in this amendment are already part of existing law under the license statute.
So just like the previous statement that Representative Schaefer made about putting language in that had to do with an oral statement to somebody who came into your establishment that you didn't want them to have a gun, this is also reiterating something that's already in law.
That's correct. And if we don't pass this amendment, and if the bill passes, we will have lessened the criteria. For instance, a person would be able to be charged with a Class A misdemeanor or Class B misdemeanor offense or an offense under Section 4201 and start carrying a handgun if you don't adopt this amendment.
Thank you for your amendment.
Thank you. Move adoption.
The question occurs on adoption of the amendment. A record of vote has been requested by Mr. Kaysen. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Turner voting aye, Mr. Schaefer voting no. All members voting. There being 58 ayes, 85 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Turner of Dallas.
The chair recognizes Mr. Turner to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. Well, this is another amendment moving down that list of criteria. I didn't put all the criteria in one single amendment. I've divided them up And in the Second Amendment, the criteria we would be preserving, if you support this amendment, are the following. That in order to carry, you cannot have been convicted 2 times within the preceding 10-year period of an offense punishable as a Class B or any misdemeanor or higher category of offense that involves the use of alcohol or a controlled substance as a statutory element of the offense. Or you would also have to not be a person who is ineligible for a license on the basis that you are not capable of exercising sound judgment with respect to the proper use and storage of the handgun within the meaning of the current eligibility statute, which is elaborated at some length. It has to do with various mental health diagnoses in section 411-172A. And again, members, there's a reason we have these criteria in place. We need to make sure that the ability to handle and carry a handgun is granted to those who have shown the level of responsibility necessary. That's why this exists in current law. I've not heard anybody make an argument that we should take that out of current law, that we should remove the requirement that you not have been convicted of alcohol or substance abuse-related offenses twice within the previous 10-year period, or that we should remove the various criteria related to what this body in the past has always said was necessary to show that a person is capable of exercising sound judgment with respect to the proper use and storage of a handgun. But if you don't adopt this amendment and you pass this bill, that's what will happen. Again, this is not anywhere, I've looked. I can't find this anywhere else in law. This is where it exists. So if we do away with this requirement, then we've done away with it. Now, a person that wants to go get a license would still have to sign a statement saying they meet these criteria. But if the bill passes, a person doesn't have to get a license, and so they don't have to meet the criteria. And so, members, if you want the criteria to stay the same and not be up here lessening our criteria, I would urge you to vote for this amendment.
Mr. Anchia, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you, Representative Turner. Both you and I represent Dallas County, and I know that our Dallas Police Association, our police chief, are against this bill. They're very concerned about the ramifications to our community of this. I wasn't able to ask you on the last amendment some questions, so I'll refer to this amendment. But your amendments essentially are trying to retain those safeguards in existing law that would prevent criminals or people who are mentally ill or people who have been convicted of prior offenses from getting guns, which this bill strips out. Is that correct?
Yes, Representative, that's correct. Just to give you an example, I'll read a little bit from the existing statute, Chapter 411, Section 172. So, for instance, for purposes of the current license, a person is considered incapable of exercising sound judgment with respect to the proper use and storage of the handgun if the person has been diagnosed by a licensed physician as suffering from certain psychiatric disorders, and those are elaborated further. It explains what kind of evidence supports this, an involuntary psychiatric hospitalization, for instance, inpatient or residential substance abuse treatment in the preceding 5-year period. All those protections are gone if we adopt this bill and we don't adopt this amendment.
And our Republican friends oftentimes say, well, it's not the gun, it's the person, right? We don't want, we can't control what people who are mentally ill do. But in fact, in this bill, in Representative Schaefer's bill, it eliminates these safeguards so that people who are mentally ill can get guns far more easily than they can under current law. Is that not right?
That is my understanding, Representative. It's exactly that. If the bill passes and this amendment doesn't pass, if you have a person carrying a handgun who has a license, you would know they still meet these criteria, or they're supposed to have, because they have to have certified and been questioned about it in order to get the license. But if a person doesn't have a license, they wouldn't have to meet any of these criteria. So
and this bill makes it easier for someone who's mentally ill, who wants to do harm to people in our community in Dallas County, to simply opt out of the licensure regime and go into the unlicensed regime. Is that right?
That is correct.
And how would we check? How would any law enforcement officer, and again, I'll reiterate, Dallas Police Association and the City of Dallas Police Chief have articulated these concerns to this body. How would they know?
I think you're exactly right. I think that's one of the reasons that the law enforcement community, as you say, Representative, in our city has been opposed to this. And I agree with you. And we shouldn't be lessening these eligibility standards.
And so now, in places like the American Airlines Arena that are city-owned but leased to a private entity, or the Dallas Zoo that's city-owned but leased to a private entity, that is required to allow people who may be mentally ill to come into those facilities, and they're easily able to get guns and opt out of the licensure criteria. What tools do our law enforcement officers have?
I'm not sure they have very many, Representative. It's a tough quandary, I think, they're put in. Now, again, there are certain existing federal laws, there are certain existing state laws, but those don't apply to cover the list of criteria that we have right now in our license to carry statute.
That are being erased by the Schaefer bill.
Correct, because it doesn't keep those criteria.
Thank you. The inference that's been made on this House floor by some is, well, we're not changing underlying law at all. But that is absolutely untrue, and the body needs to know it, that if you're voting for this, you're eliminating criteria under current law. Is that not correct?
That's correct, Representative. Again, these are criteria that exist in the very statute that currently addresses a person's eligibility to carry a handgun. Now, there are, again, to be clear, there are a few other provisions. I mean, it would still be illegal to carry if you are a felon, for instance. That's in section 46.04 of the Penal Code. Okay, that would still be there. And there are a few other things. There are some things under federal law, not state law, and it would have to affect interstate commerce, so it's limited. But the more thorough list that exists right now of criteria that are effectively a background check, that exists in section 411.172, and that has not been reincorporated into this legislation.
And the author, in a very cavalier fashion, I guess, failed to respond to the substance of your amendment and said he would just have to oppose. I hope you ask him questions about why substantively he's opposing to making it harder for people who are mentally ill to get weapons. Thank you for your amendment. I'm going to be supporting it.
Thank you. I move adoption.
The chair recognizes Mr. Schaefer to speak against the amendment.
Mr. Turner, I do appreciate you raising these issues, and I just want to point out for the body that addiction to controlled substances is already something that prohibits you from possessing a weapon. In fact, it prohibits you from passing the background check when you go to buy a weapon. Also, someone who's been adjudicated to be mentally defective is someone who cannot possess a weapon. And so, you know, these are issues that other people brought bills on. They want to, you know, tweak those parts of the policy, but we do have a framework in law now that does address these issues.
Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, I will yield.
The gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you, Representative Schaefer. As I look back at the section 411.172 criteria, and we had a brief discussion before the bill came up today, I understand it's your position that these should not be reincorporated into your bill. Is that correct?
I don't believe your amendment is necessary, sir.
And so, for instance, this particular amendment addresses one criteria that exists in 411.172. Right now, if you want a license to carry, you have to not be a, quote, chemically dependent person, correct?
Not only could you not get a license to carry, you can't legally possess a handgun, much less get a license to carry.
Is that correct, Representative? Right now, it's the place I've found it. Where else in statute does it prevent you from possessing a gun in Texas statute if you're a chemically dependent person?
I'm referring to federal law 18 U.S.C. 922 subsection G3 of the federal code. A person who is an unlawful user or addicted to any controlled substance. It's already federal law.
That is federal law, and I know the provision you're talking about, Representative. It's federal law insofar as the offense applies to interstate commerce, correct? Only. Because federal law cannot extend to a situation that doesn't apply to interstate commerce, correct?
No, that's not a proper statement of the law.
And in the Texas Code, in Section 411 of the Texas Code, a chemically dependent person is defined as, in part, has been convicted 2 times within the preceding 10-year period of an offense punishable as a Class B misdemeanor or any higher category of offense that involves the use of alcohol or a controlled substance as a statutory element of the offense. Are you aware of that?
I will trust that you have stated the statute as it's written.
And that's not in federal law, correct? What I just read.
I have stated federal law. I've cited to federal law.
And it's different, correct? We have a higher standard right now in Texas law than the provision you just read in federal law. But we'd be removing that, you agree, if we don't adopt this amendment and the bill passes.
No, I would not agree. I would not agree with that.
Let me ask you, Representative Schaefer, about the other section of this amendment, which says a person would not be eligible to carry a handgun if they are incapable of exercising sound judgment with respect to the proper use and storage of a handgun. That's currently a requirement in existing law, correct?
There's also a provision in federal law dealing with people who are mentally defective.
And again, it's a narrower provision than what we have right now in state law and would only apply in cases of interstate commerce, correct?
I don't agree with that assessment.
How do you believe it's, how do you compare the two? Do you believe the federal law covers everything we have in state law?
Mr. Turner, if you would like to bring a bill on this subject and delve into it, I think that would be a great policy debate for another day. But I am satisfied with the prohibitions in the current federal law.
Mr. Representative Schaefer, does federal law require that if a person has had inpatient or residential substance abuse treatment in the preceding 5-year period, they are not allowed to possess a weapon?
Representative Turner, have you ever gone to buy a gun and gone through the background check questions?
I guess, did you understand my question,
I'm answering your question with a question.
What I'll represent to you is that I reviewed last night the federal criteria and the state criteria on this particular subject, and the state criteria in section 411.172 is much more elaborate and is broader, and that's what would be disappearing if we don't, and of course this is traditionally an area of state regulation, not federal regulation. Would you agree?
Mr. Turner, you know, you're asking leading questions here, and I'm gonna give you the response that I believe federal law is adequate right now to serve the purpose that this bill contemplates.
Let me just ask you, if you, setting aside the state and federal distinction, Representative, would you agree with me that we should have limitations related to whether a person can carry if they have a diagnosis from a licensed physician that they suffer from, for instance, schizophrenia or delusional disorder?
Mr. Turner, I believe that we should have a court adjudicate mental issues where the person has an attorney and is able to represent their rights in court before we take away constitutional rights. That's been the law in this state for many years, and that will remain the law.
Well, as of now, if this bill passes, there's going to be nothing stopping a person that meets the criteria laid out in our existing statute from just going out and start carrying
do you understand that there's no requirement that applies to what you're saying for a person who carries a long gun or a shotgun down a street? So I think you're trying to raise some issues to alarm people that really don't apply to this bill.
Okay. Thank you, Representative.
I oppose Mr. Turner's amendment.
Chair recognizes Mr. Turner to close on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members, for listening to our discussion and considering this issue. This is an important public safety issue. The legislature in the past has always had these provisions that are in this amendment on the books, and they pertain to the licensing process for carrying a handgun. Let's not sweep them away. They serve an important public purpose.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Anchia.
Will the gentleman yield for questions, please?
Yes, I will.
Thank you, Mr. Turner. I listened to your exchange with the bill author and really didn't get a lot from the answers that were given. They seemed evasive. They seemed to sort of defer to federal law, answer questions with questions. And from the back mic, we always like to ask questions and hopefully get straight answers from bill authors. So I'll ask you, the elements that are being swept away by the bill author's bill, by House Bill 1927, are they more or less narrow than federal law?
In my reading, Representative, they are less narrow than federal law. I think we're referring to federal law with respect to possession of a firearm.
Correct.
They are less narrow. The current statute under Texas law in Chapter 411, Section 411-172, elaborates at greater length conditions under which we do not want a person to be carrying a handgun.
So Representative Schaefer is eliminating those criteria that currently exist in state law and are more restrictive on the possession of handguns than federal law. Is that right?
Yes, that's what I've seen, Representative. There are 14 criteria listed. A couple of them have to do with various aspects of the application process, but the rest have to do with a person's eligibility to have a license.
And you didn't get an answer to your question, so I'm going to ask you about where else in state law do we have these restrictions?
I've not been able to find them in state law, Representative. I mean, the state does have restrictions on possession of a firearm in Penal Code Chapter 46.04, such as the limitation on not possessing a firearm if you are a felon and still serving a sentence or within 5 years of the sentence. But it's just a small number of things. The far more elaborate section is the one we have in our license to carry statute.
Right. And these restrictions relate, if you could just articulate the restrictions that are being removed from current law by Representative Schaefer's bill related to people with criminal histories, people with a history of mental illness, people who are afflicted with substance abuse, and their ability now to opt out of the licensure regime because of how Representative Schaefer's bill changes current law.
So, Representative, the current eligibility criteria, I'll begin at Section A4 of the statute I've been talking about. Again, the person has to be not charged with the commission of a Class A or Class B misdemeanor or equivalent offense, or of an offense under Section 42.01 of the Penal Code, that's the disorderly conduct statute, or of a felony.
Let's just put a pin in that. So you can have a Class A, which is a pretty darn serious misdemeanor, or a Class B, and you can opt out of the licensure regime and get a gun because of Representative Schaefer's bill.
If you're currently charged, that's the section that relates to charging.
Charged.
I'm not Representative, I could be wrong, but I've not read anything elsewhere in federal or state law that addresses the circumstance in which a person is currently charged with one of those offenses.
I interrupted you. Kindly continue.
And so is not, for instance, Section 6 is not a chemically dependent person, and that is elaborated at some greater length elsewhere in that statute. And the language that elaborates it is what I've captured in this amendment in part, where a person has been convicted 2 times within the preceding 10-year period of an offense punishable as a Class B misdemeanor or any higher category that involves the use of alcohol or a controlled substance as a statutory element of the offense. So that's another one. Again, the next one is not incapable of exercising sound judgment with respect to the proper use and storage of a handgun. And for that one, Representative, you have to go to Section D, where there is about a page-long elaboration of what criteria would bring a person within that category of being considered not able to exercise sound judgment. It involves a number of mental health circumstances. I alluded to some of them a moment ago. Intermittent explosive disorder, dissociative identity disorder, again, diagnosed by a physician. And then there's a provision at the end that talks about how a person who's been previously diagnosed with one of these conditions, but has provided the department with a certificate from a licensed physician whose primary practice is in the field of psychiatry, stating that the psychiatric disorder or condition is in remission and is not reasonably likely to develop at a future time. That's in there already.
So you can have someone who is diagnosed by a physician, by a psychiatrist, as severely mentally ill, and that person would be eligible to get a gun outside of the licensure regime under the bill author's removal of those provisions. Is that right?
It is correct insofar, Representative, as we're talking about removing it from the provisions of our existing state law. Now, there may be some federal provisions that, again, I read as more limited and narrower that might still apply to prevent a person from possessing a firearm, but it's not the well-elaborated standard that we currently have in our license to carry statute.
But in terms of gun safety standards and sort of reducing systemic risk so that people who we don't think should have guns can get guns, the state of Texas has previously articulated a regime and standards for that in its public policy that is now being stripped away by this bill, correct?
Yes, Representative, for handgun carry. That's what we're dealing with here. And again, my point, members, is just that the standards should not change at this point in time. We can always have debates about these standards, but I had always understood that the purpose of this bill, which again, I do not agree with the bill, but the purpose of it was supposed to be to take away the license process. But we shouldn't, even if you happen to agree with that, which I do not, but if you do, we shouldn't be up here changing the criteria for eligibility to carry at the same time.
And that narrative that we heard from the author at the very beginning about that woman who was taking a baby down the street, now it's my view, and I'd wonder about yours, it's my view that Representative Schaefer's bill will now allow people who are mentally ill to carry guns and possibly hurt that woman.
Representative,
is that your view?
I read this as increasing that risk. Again, there are certain criteria that may exist for possession generally under federal law, and there may be certain other narrower criteria in different places in state law, but this is the main place where this is articulated with respect to the exact reason we're here today, and that is to discuss carry of handguns. We have a standard for these criteria with respect to carry of handguns, and that's what's not being brought back into this bill today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Reynolds, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for a few questions?
Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, I will.
Gentleman yields for a question.
Representative Turner, I was listening to your articulation for why we need your amendment, and I was also listening to some of the questions that Representative Anchia asked you. So I would just have a few follow-up questions to make sure my understanding is correct. So is it your understanding that if we don't pass your amendment, that essentially what we're doing is allowing for the mentally ill and people who shouldn't be in possession of a gun, they would be able to have another loophole? Is that your understanding?
Representative, in part, what I'm pointing out here is that there's a primary location in law right now where we articulate the standards related to who should be able to carry a handgun. And it includes standards related to mental issues and disorders, for instance. And we're not reincorporating those standards anymore. So at this point, we're now going to have to rely on whatever else exists in law or statute, which wasn't articulated specifically for the purpose of carrying handguns. And again, to my knowledge, Representative, the standards that are outlined in the license to carry statute right now are more elaborate and detailed than those other standards that relate to other situations.
So, Representative Turner, wouldn't you agree that we want to keep those that are mentally unfit to have the ability to purchase a gun? We have that in statute now, correct? And you're trying to make sure that if we pass Representative Schaefer's bill, that is enacted with this, correct? Is that what you're attempting to do?
That's correct, Representative. I'm just trying to make sure the standards do not change with respect to eligibility to carry. If you're not eligible to have a license to carry, you shouldn't be eligible to carry. That's what we're trying to do with this amendment.
And Representative Turner, would you agree that in light of all of the mass shootings and all of the gun violence, that we need to make sure that we keep those protections in place?
Thank you, Representative. I agree. I move adoption.
All right. Mr. Turner sends up an amendment. The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. A record vote has been requested by Representative Kaysen. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Tinderholt voting no. Show Mr. Schaefer voting no. Have all members voted? Show Mr. Murphy voting nay. All voted? Go ahead. There being 61 ayes, 82 nays, the amendment fails. Mr. Romero? Is Mr. Romero on the floor of the House? Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Romero.
Chair recognizes Mr. Romero to explain the amendment.
Members, I hope that this will be an amendment that we can all agree to. Doesn't drastically change the bill in any way. All this bill does is help the folks that are going to have to make that presentation to any individual who happens to make the mistake of going into a place of business that has a sign that you're not supposed to carry. Members,
we have order in the House.
What this amendment does is it inserts one word. After orally, it says or written. And I'll tell you why I thought about it. I talked to Representative Schaefer. Some of you guys know I play golf. And when you play golf and you're at a nice place, and that golf course doesn't allow for phones to be on the golf course, they simply walk up to you, they give you a card, and it says, no phones allowed. Real simple. So if someone makes a mistake and goes into a place of business where they shouldn't be, this will allow that young girl who's working behind the counter, rather than confront that individual that she may or may not be a little intimidated by, to just simply hand them a card, whether that be a laminated card or a business card that says, no carrying of firearms. That should suffice as notification. Real simple. I hope the Representative Schaefer will agree. We're not asking that it be put in different languages. Insert written behind oral, one word. Thank you, members.
Chair recognizes Mr. Schaefer against the amendment.
I really appreciate the spirit of what Representative Romero is doing. When I began the layout, I did a perfecting amendment on the oral notice, and the language of that perfecting amendment specifically says, other personal notice that is reasonable under the circumstances, and certainly a written card handed to someone meets the definition of what we have put into the bill, and so for that reason, this is unnecessary.
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield?
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
I'll yield for questions.
Gentleman yields for questions.
You know, thank you. And as a small business owner, and I employ a lot of young people, I'm talking 18 to 21, 18 to 23, I've learned a lot in the last 5 years in running small businesses. And one thing is customers oftentimes feel empowered, a little entitled about the service that they're getting. And if you couple that with the issue that Representative Romero is trying to address, they have a very strong feeling about their right to carry that firearm. What I also know is statutes have to many times be amended, or we have to work on them because of interpretations we didn't intend when we passed these bills. So what I've been doing in the 8 sessions I've been here, 16 years I've been here, and what I've learned is I better be specific. I understand that you feel that it's part of a catch-all, but if your intent is to allow small business owners like myself and many, many, many Texans who may fundamentally believe in the Second Amendment, but their particular business environment isn't welcoming, cohesive to carrying an open firearm, just to allow them to hand a card. I think we should be specific, and I have been pretty quiet. I've been listening respectfully, but let's not get in a situation where we're not accepting reasonable, straightforward amendments that are going to protect your small business owners like I ask that you just take a second to think about what he's trying to do, because it's in line with what you're saying, and it will avoid any misinterpretation of the statute, of the law that you're going to pass. Let's do the right thing, boss. I'm here with you. I'm trying to help, but I don't want my 19-year-old, fresh out of high school, first job, having to have an oral discussion. I want her to know, and the business owners like me to know, I'm going to hand them a card, and I'm in compliance. I did what I could. Everybody appreciates that. That's all I'm asking.
Mr. Lucio, you can do that under my bill. And I would also point out that this oral notice provision has been the law since we left last session. And no one, and I'll tell you, I'm on the committee, no one has brought a bill to make that change. And my bill now goes exactly the direction. That written notice given personally to someone is already in the language of my bill.
Can you remind me what the language says that you believe includes the amendment Representative Romero is trying to add? Read that section for me.
Personal notice that is reasonable under the circumstances. So if someone comes up
personal notice, right?
Yeah, personal notice. Someone hands you a card, that's personal notice.
When I'm reviewing a contract for a lease, or I'm writing a contract, we don't say notice. We specifically, Chairman King will tell you, we include the word written, because that's a different definition, threshold, way of providing notice than personal notice.
And the written
and
notice
so
is
I
on
would
the
just
door.
say, let's avoid ambiguity. If you believe that a business owner can be able to hand a card to avoid confrontation that would maybe escalate to a horrible situation, why not allow him to do that?
That business owner already has a written notice outside on the entrance of their establishment. So you've got written notice, and now you're following it up with personal notice. And that personal notice
Personal
is in the
notice
bill.
means I'm handing you something.
Or speaking to them.
Right. I have 19-year-olds that would have a very hard time. And what I'm saying is, I'm with you. I'm even open-minded about the bill, but when we have amendments like this, it discourages folks who might want to support bills like this from wanting to do so, because now it becomes a...
That's not my intention. I think that certainly everything that you're asking for is already allowed under the bill. And not only is it allowed, but it's squarely within the bill. So
I respectfully disagree. And we'll see this play out. I hope we don't have to come back having had a situation like this play out.
Yes, sir.
And now we're talking about it. And now it's Representative Romero filing a bill to allow written notice, to make it clear.
Mr. Canales, for what purpose?
If the gentleman would yield for a couple questions.
The gentleman yield for a couple questions.
Yes.
Representative Schaefer, for the purposes of legislative intent under your bill, do you believe that your bill covers that you should be able to hand somebody a written notice and that suffices?
100%.
As personal notice?
Yes.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Mr. Romero to close on the amendment. Mr. Lucio, for what purpose?
Can you reduce the legislative intent dialogue between Chairman Canales and Chairman Schaefer to writing and placing in the journal?
Members, you heard the motion. The objection. The chair hears none. Motion adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Romero to close on the amendment.
Members, I hope that whether this is reduced and placed into the journal is not looked upon as what is written in this particular bill. And I hope all of you, Democrats or Republicans, it doesn't really matter, make it really clear what our intent is here. So I'm going to point the scenario out for you, and just make sure we understand this works both ways. Maybe I have an employee in my place of business that doesn't like that somebody missed a sign and tells somebody, hey, don't you know you're not supposed to have guns in here? and all of a sudden there's an altercation. That's all I'm saying. What this bill says, what this amendment says is allow somebody to hand them the card. I caught your attention, didn't I? Thank you. Members, vote yes, simple written notification.
The question occurs on adoption of the amendment. A record vote has been requested by Mr. Kaysen. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Schaefer voting no, Mr. Romero voting yes, Mr. Lucio voting yes. All members voting. All members voting. Ms. Daz Perez voting yes. All members voting. There being 67 ayes, 78 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. Is Ms. Hinojosa on the floor of the House?
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Martinez-Fisher, for what purpose?
Raise a point of order under further consideration of this bill under Article 3, Section 30, under Rule 11, Section 2, and under Rule 4, Section 32C.
Please bring your point of order down front. Mr. Martinez Fisher raises 2 points of order. He has withdrawn his point of order with regards to germaneness, but he also raised a point of order against further consideration of House Bill 1927 under Rule 4, Section 32C of the House Rules on the grounds that the bill analysis is inaccurate. Mr. Martinez Fisher argues Section 17 of the bill would legalize the possession of a firearm by persons who are currently prohibited from possessing a firearm, and that bill analysis misstates the effect of this section. The subject of the bill is to authorize persons 21 years of age or older to carry a firearm without a license, if not prohibited by law from possessing a firearm. The complained of section is a conforming change to implement the purpose of the bill. In the first paragraph of the analysis section, the bill analysis explains the effect of Section 17 as it relates to the purpose of the bill. The paragraph of the bill analysis referenced by Mr. Martinez Fisher adequately describes the change in law made by Section 17 of the bill and is neither substantively or materially misleading. Accordingly, the point of order is respectfully overruled. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment. Where is she? Okay, sorry.
Amendment by Hinojosa.
Chair recognizes Ms. Hinojosa to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This amendment, I think, just changes 3 words of the current bill, replaces the words handgun with firearm, and says essentially that you are prohibited from carrying not just a handgun that's not holstered, but now you're prohibited from carrying a firearm. And so the intent of this bill, members, is I've had complaints from constituents about people walking around with AR-15s, AR-47s in neighborhoods. It's unnerving to people. We know that these are the kinds of guns that have been used in mass shootings in El Paso, in Odessa, and so with reason, people feel threatened at the sight of these assault-style weapons out in public. So what this amendment would do is prohibit that. I move adoption.
Mr. Slayton, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, may I ask Representative a question?
Would the gentlelady yield for questions?
I yield.
She yields for questions.
I yield.
Thank you. Can you tell us the difference between a firearm and a handgun?
A firearm, my understanding is a firearm is more global of a definition, and a handgun is a type of firearm.
Can we have that reduced to writing placed in the journal, please?
And just to clarify, of course, this does not apply to guns used for hunting, as that is already excluded under 46.15 in the non-applicability section of statute that says you're exempted from this if your gun's being used for hunting. Move adoption.
Members, you heard Mr. Slayton's request to have the remarks reduced to writing put in the journal. Is there objection to the motion? The chair hears none. Motion is adopted. The following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Calendars will meet today at 3:15 p.m. in room 3W.15 in a formal meeting to consider a calendar.
Chair recognizes Mr. Schaefer in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Representative Hinojosa, for your conversation there. The focus of this bill is about handguns. It's been the long-standing law in this state that long guns are not regulated the same way. And I would point out that someone who carries a long gun in a manner that is likely to alarm is committing disorderly conduct, and that's already covered under current law. And so for those reasons, I will be opposing this amendment.
Ms. Hinojosa. The chair recognizes Ms. Hinojosa to close on the amendment.
Members, right now, people are not required to carry a license, to have a license to carry an assault-style weapon in public. This is unnerving to many people in the public. This amendment would prohibit that, and I move adoption.
Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
Would the gentlelady yield for a quick question?
Would the gentlelady yield for, she yields for questions.
Thank you, Representative Hinojosa. So your amendment essentially would say that you cannot carry a long gun, including, I think you described an assault-style rifle in public. It would do nothing to interfere with the carrying of a handgun, what we've been talking about today, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Are you aware that in the city I represent, Arlington, several years ago we had a group of individuals who were protesting different laws, and their manner of doing that was to stand on medians in major roadways in Arlington, carrying long guns, including the assault-style weapons you described, and they, in so doing, they caused a lot of fear and almost panic at times with people driving by with their families, not knowing what was going on. It resulted in the Arlington Police Department being inundated with 911 calls because people were afraid for their safety and afraid for what could be about to happen. And this was a real distraction and drain on the resources of the Arlington Police Department, in addition to creating a lot of unease in the general public.
Well, I'm not surprised by that because we know that these kinds of guns, you don't need training even to carry them. Of course, you don't need a background check to buy them. You don't need training to buy them. And so people can possess these guns. And how do you defend if someone decides to start shooting off one of these guns that can kill people in many people in mere seconds? How do you defend against that? It's understandable that it produces anxiety for people when they see this in public.
Yeah, and is a real distraction and a problem for law enforcement. So I think you have a good amendment. Thank you for bringing it.
Absolutely. Thank you. I close.
The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. A record of vote has been requested by Mr. Kaysen. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Schaefer voting no. All members voting. There being 55 ayes, 82 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Zwiener.
Chair recognizes Ms. Zwiener to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is a straightforward amendment, and I really would like y'all's attention as we consider this.
Members, please give Ms. Zwiener your attention.
Thank you. Members, I understand the intent of this bill. I don't necessarily agree with it, but there is one piece of this legislation I do not understand, and that is that it repeals all of Section 46035 of Penal Code, which includes a list of offenses that applied to license to carry holders. Now that section is being removed because we are removing the license to carry requirements, but most of those offenses are moved into other parts of the code. One of them was not brought along, and that is the offense that makes it a crime to carry a handgun, regardless of whether the handgun is concealed or carried, if you are intoxicated. This is an important piece of public safety, and I am not sure why this particular section was not brought into the rest of the bill as many other offenses were. So members, I don't think this makes sense. I don't think any of us want folks who have their faculties impaired to be carrying a weapon and potentially endangering their community. Many accidental and criminal shootings do occur when somebody is intoxicated and armed. So members, I would ask you to vote favorably on this amendment and restore this component of current law to this piece of legislation. Again, members, this is current law, and we are just restoring it to the bill. So members, I hope for your favorable consideration.
Chair recognizes Mr. Schaefer to speak against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. So, public intoxication remains a crime. The ability for any law enforcement officer to disarm a person in these situations remains in place. Disorderly conduct remains a crime, and that is an offensive display in a public that tends to incite a breach of the peace. You're threatening a person, displaying a firearm in a manner calculated to alarm. All of those issues are covered under current law, and so we're avoiding strict liability, and we're focusing alcohol-related offenses on alcohol and the misuse of firearms on firearms under this bill, and we preserve our ability to keep people safe. And for those reasons, I oppose this amendment.
Chair recognizes Ms. Zwiener to close on the amendment.
Members, and unfortunately, other clauses in current law do not adequately cover this situation. Public intoxication, it does not refer to the carrying of a firearm. Some of the other statutes apply if you display your weapon in an aggressive manner or if you shoot across a roadway. They do not apply to someone who is intoxicated, being armed, and being out in public. So right now, if we leave this bill as it stands, it will be legal for somebody who is falling down drunk to have a sidearm and a holster at their hip. That is not what I want. I don't believe that is what most of the members of this building, in this building, want. So members, I move adoption. Please keep our community safe.
The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. Mr. Kaysen has requested a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Mr. Schaefer voting no. Ms. Zwiener voting aye. All members voting. Mr. Harris voting no. All members voting. There being 60 ayes and 81 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. The chair recognizes Mr. Burrows for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move the House grant permission for the Committee on Calendars to meet while the House is in session today at 3:15 p.m. in room 3W15 to consider a calendar.
Members, you heard the motion. The objection to the motion. Chair hears none. Motion is adopted. Is Mr. Bernal on the floor of the House? The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Bernal.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bernal to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I actually filed this thinking that you might like it. In the bill, there's a provision about criminal street gangs. Members, in the bill, there's a provision about criminal street gangs, and all that my amendment does is add organizations that engage in acts of domestic terrorism. And I don't know why we wouldn't do this. If we're going to focus on criminal street gangs and say that they can't and honestly shouldn't avail themselves of the new protections and privileges that the bill awards, then why would we allow domestic terrorists to do it? In defining domestic terrorism, I stay within the four corners of the Patriot Act, but in almost every single way, criminal street gangs and domestic terrorists are described the same way. My point is, if it's going to be applied to the Crips, it should be applied to the Klan. I don't know if the author is going to accept it. I don't know why he wouldn't. I don't know why we wouldn't do this.
Mr. Anchia, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
The gentleman yields for questions.
So if I understand your amendment, you are saying that people should not be able to bypass the licensure regime in current Texas law if they are not only members of criminal gangs, as is spelled out, criminal street gangs, as is spelled out in House Bill 1927, but also if they are on a list that is kept by the Department of Homeland Security of domestic terrorist organizations, correct?
That's right.
And examples of those domestic terrorist organizations might be what?
Something like the Ku Klux Klan or another radical group like that. And by the way, the definition of criminal street gang are 3 or more persons having a common identifying sign or symbol or an identifiable leadership who continuously or regularly associate in the commission of criminal activities. That's in the statute. Domestic terrorism defines activities that involve acts dangerous to human life that are a violation of the criminal law of the United States or any state and appear to be intended to intimidate or coerce a civilian population, to influence the policy of a government by intimidation or coercion, or to affect the conduct of a government by mass destruction, assassination, or kidnapping. My point is, if we're going to focus on criminal street gangs, which by the way tend to be black or brown, why would we also apply it to domestic terrorists who just so happen to engage in the same kind of activity, but also tend to be of a different background? There is no reason to vote this amendment down, except to keep the bill clean. But if one part's already there, why would we put the other?
And so your view on this is probably informed by testimony from the FBI director to the Senate Judiciary Committee just last month on March 2nd, when the FBI director said, I would certainly say, as I think I've said consistently in the past, that racially motivated violent extremism, specifically the sort that advocates for the superiority of the white race, is a persistent and evolving threat. It is the biggest chunk, he goes on to say, of our racially motivated violent extremism case for sure, and racially motivated violent extremism is the biggest chunk of our domestic terrorism portfolio. That's the FBI director, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, to the Senate Judiciary Committee. You're probably aware of that threat that we're seeing in the United States of domestic terrorism.
I would be surprised if any of us were unaware of that. Look, we already have criminal street gangs in the statute. Now we have the opportunity to add domestic terrorists. And the question is, why wouldn't we? What is the argument against adding these groups? I don't know what it is, so we should do it.
Thank you. I think you've got a good amendment.
Thank you. Move passage.
The chair recognizes Mr. Schaefer to speak against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Constitutional rights in this country are taken away after due process, and there may be some very good arguments about things like criminal street gangs and domestic terrorism organizations that after due process they should be persons who are prohibited from carrying firearms. And those due process arguments should be brought up in another bill on another day. I know, like Representative Mary Gonzalez has brought up a bill.
So gentlemen,
there's some real problems with
Mr. Bernal, for what purpose?
criminal. If you give me just one moment.
Okay.
Just a moment.
Putting someone on any kind of list, even the things that we think are good lists, like terrorist organizations, should always involve a judicial process. And those are very important considerations. And certainly no one here wants someone who's dangerous to possess a weapon, but that's not the purpose of this bill here today. For that reason, I will be opposing it, and I'll be happy to yield to my colleague for some questions.
Thank you, sir. Representative Schaefer, you mentioned lists and whether or not someone appears on those lists, right?
Yes.
And in the Patriot Act, they talk about organizations that someone may be a member of. Is that right?
I haven't read the Patriot Act lately.
Okay.
I'll take your word for it.
But we do include criminal street gangs, don't we?
There is no judicial process involved in state law to have someone placed on the criminal street gang list. And so what my bill has done is we haven't tried to address it one way or the other. We simply are restating current law.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, but the bill lists criminal street gangs, but you just said there is no list for criminal street gangs. Is that right?
There is.
And there's a database that can be checked to see if a street gang exists and
But there's
whether...
there's no judicial process that is required in order to put someone on that list. None.
And so what you're saying is you're comfortable with the inclusion of criminal street gangs, but you are uncomfortable with the inclusion of domestic terrorists as it's defined in the Patriot Act.
No, sir, not at all. In fact, I'm supporting a bill in the Homeland Security and Public Safety Committee that would reform that part of the code dealing with criminal street gangs so that a judicial process is required in order to make that finding to put someone on the list. So what I'm telling you is that that issue about the criminal street gangs is not the purpose of this bill. The purpose of this bill is
But it's in the bill.
It's in the bill only because we had to conform the way some statutes are drafted.
You're saying it's not the purpose, but it's in the bill. Are you offering an amendment to remove it from the bill?
That's not why I'm here today. I'm
But
here
my
on a
question,
different purpose. I'm supporting legislation to reform that
Representative
through a
Schaefer-
different bill. Because
Representative
you know that sometimes we take policy in chunks, and I just don't think that's a policy discussion for
Representative
today.
Schaefer, there's no greater poster child for having bills in the process that don't pass than me. So the fact that there's another bill isn't germane to this piece. Are you offering an amendment to remove that part from your bill?
I don't have any further amendments.
So what you're saying then is that we're keeping the criminal street gang part, but we're not going to accept the federal Patriot Act definition of domestic terrorist.
That is not the purpose of this bill. Those lists are not the purpose of this bill. My bill remains neutral as to the criminal street gang list, and it just doesn't fit with the purpose of what we're trying to accomplish in this bill.
How can the bill be neutral to a criminal street gang when they're specifically named?
Because I make no substantive change to that area of the law whatsoever. In order to reorganize the statute, we just had to move it from one part to the other. That's all we're doing.
Sir, if I say Blood or Crip or Vatos Locos, do you know who are likely to be the members of those organizations?
What's your point?
My point is that we are focusing on organizations, criminal organizations, that the membership is primarily African American and Latino, and we have an opportunity to add traitors, right? Seditionists, domestic terrorists, who also so happen to be primarily, as Representative Anchia mentioned, white, and we're going to keep one in, and you're going to oppose adding the other.
Have you filed a bill on this subject?
That is not my question.
Well, that's my answer to you, is have you filed a bill on this subject?
Is it true or not true that you are opposing this amendment?
I'm opposing this amendment because the policy discussion on this is best placed somewhere else.
You think that the policy discussion about which members of a criminal organization should or shouldn't be subject to this bill is better left to a different time and place than this?
There are bills moving through committee that are related to these.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bernal to close on the amendment.
Members, let's be clear. This bill does include a definition of criminal street gang, a group or groups that I am not protecting or endorsing. But what I am saying is, why would we? Why would we apply this bill to Bloods and Crips, Kings and Vatos Locos, right? But not the Klan or groups like the Klan. What is the rationale? If the rationale is there are other places in this body to discuss that, then what do we have these two microphones for? It's in the bill. I'm adding to what's in the bill. I'm not introducing something new. If it applies to the Crips, It applies to the Klan. That is your vote. I close the amendment. Thank you.
The question occurs on adoption of the amendment. Record vote was requested by Mr. Kaysen. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Schaefer voting no, Mr. Bernal voting aye, Mr. Anchia voting aye. Show Mr. Harless voting no. All members voting. There being 66 ayes, 79 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Anchia.
The chair recognizes Mr. Anchia to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I was following the debate very quickly, or very closely, between Representative Schaefer and Representative Bernal, and I didn't know whether I would file this amendment. I just did it because I saw that there was maybe a lack of focus on keeping guns out of the hands of bad guys. And the discussion on the last amendment went something like, we don't want guns in the hands of criminal street gangs, but we absolutely want to allow them for domestic terrorist organizations. And apparently it is the sense of this body that domestic terrorist organizations should have guns. I sought to narrow the discussion slightly because if the response from the bill author was, well, you know, you don't have due process on some of these law enforcement lists that only law enforcement can see. So what I thought I would narrow the amendment to do, and I filed it when I was listening to the argument between the amendment on the prior amendment with the bill author, is I said, we don't want guns to fall into the hands of insurrectionists as defined by 18 U.S. Code 2383 or violent white supremacist extremists. And this really speaks to the dialogue that I was having with Representative Bernal about the greatest domestic terrorist threat to the United States today. And anybody who's been paying any attention is probably watching hearings after the insurrection about the people who most want to do harm to our country. The people who took the Confederate flag into our nation's capital. A flag that had not even been there even during the Civil War. Yet these people penetrated the Capitol. They murdered law enforcement officers. They sought to hang the Vice President of the United States and murder members of Congress. They did great violence upon our democracy. Those people should not have guns under this bill, period, and should be treated as badly as criminal street gangs and should not enjoy the privileges of gun ownership in the state of Texas. And furthermore, because it is the greatest threat, the greatest domestic terrorism threat that we are facing today, these violent white supremacist organizations, this is not me saying it, this is the head of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the top cop in the United States. We don't think those guys should have guns and be protected under this bill either. So I would ask you members, and I would ask really the author of this amendment, the author of the bill to accept this amendment so that we could put criminal gangs and these types of people who want to harm us, want to change our way of life, believe in white supremacy, want to kill Jews and black people. They want to kill Mexicans like they did in El Paso. We don't think they should have guns either. So if you stood in sympathy with our brethren from El Paso and understand the pain that they felt then you shouldn't want to treat these violent white supremacists any different than you would a criminal street gang. So, members, I hope you will do the right thing. I hope the bill author will do the right thing and accept this amendment. And if not, I hope you stand with me against violent white supremacists and insurrectionists. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Mr. Schaefer to speak against the amendment.
Just have to respectfully disagree with Mr. Anchia. This is not the place for this policy discussion, and I will oppose this amendment.
Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
Mr. Schaefer, yield for question.
He does not yield this time for questions.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Speaker?
He is not answering questions at this time.
Would Representative Schaefer reconsider that position?
Not at this time. The chair recognizes Mr. Schaefer. Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
Would Mr. Schaefer yield for a question?
I'll yield for some questions.
The gentleman yields for
Thank you, Representative Schaefer. I appreciate that. All right. You oppose the amendment, and I just want to try to understand why. The amendment seems very simple to me. It is that someone who participates in or with an organization that engages in acts of insurrection as defined by federal statute, or as a violent white supremacist extremist as defined by the Department of Homeland Security. Why would we not include that in this bill?
I think there needs to be a thoughtful discussion about all sorts of people who would be dangerous and engage in activity that threatens our country, threatens our safety in our neighborhoods. But the purpose of this bill is different. And in fact, there are bills, Mr. Turner, related to these lists, to a list like that. There's bills in Homeland Security that deal with that, with what kind of due process is put in place before someone is placed on a list. And so the question is not whether we find these types of behavior, criminal street gangs, terrorism, white supremacy. The question is not whether we find those offensive. We do. The question is how do we go about contemplating that in our law that respects people's constitutional rights whom we may disagree with.
Well, as we know from the debate on the previous amendment, you did contemplate criminal street gangs, and so you have mention of them in the bill, and I think we understand why. I don't think anyone's arguing with that. Why not also include white supremacist extremists and people or organizations that include in acts of insurrection? Isn't that at least equally as bad?
Representative Turner, the reason that the bill mentioned criminal street gangs was in order to simplify the statutes, and so we had to rearrange some things. And so we did not touch the substance of that at all. We were just rearranging things in the bill. So we made the bill was essentially neutral to that subject.
Okay, sure, but we amend bills on the floor all the time to make them better. And I think Chairman Anchia's amendment here makes this bill better by saying very clearly that in no way is someone who's identified by the federal government as a violent white supremacist extremist or as someone who is engaged in acts of insurrection against our country is going to have any special protections under this bill. What could be wrong with being very clear that we are in no way affording any special protection to those types of individuals, that the FBI has established are a serious threat to our national security?
Mr. Turner, there's a way to address those issues, and I think it's certainly the topic of discussion in this building, and those bills are moving, and that's just not the purpose of this bill today.
Well,
it's just not.
Sure, and I think this is one way to address it. This is a way right here in front of this body right now to address that issue. So why not take this opportunity to address the issue by simply accepting Mr. Anchia's amendment?
I believe I've answered your question, Mr. Turner.
Ms. Collier, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Would the gentleman yield for questions? Gentleman yields for questions.
Representative Schaefer, do you know what the definition of a white supremacist is?
You know, I think that
It's a white supremacist believes that their race is superior to the race of others, including my race.
There's a plain definition
Okay,
of that,
all
and
right.
you and I would understand.
So what you're telling me is that you're not willing to take an amendment to the bill that would acknowledge. You're not willing to take an amendment to your bill, that would acknowledge that a white supremacist should not have access to a weapon that they could use against someone like me.
Representative Collier, certainly white supremacy is something that's abhorrent. It's abhorrent to everyone here on this chamber. The point of my bill has to do with who can lawfully carry a handgun. And
if they declare-
those issues of creating new criminal offenses or taking away substantive constitutional rights have to fall into the normal process of committee process here. We have bills that are touching on that for street gangs and other things. And so what should be done is that there should be a policy discussion on that. But outside of this bill,
We are
and I
having that
think
discussion right now.
that's not the purpose of this bill.
Well, you can make it right now. I think Chair Anchia has an amendment that is appropriate that can address this issue, and we can nip it in the bud and have it very clear that Texas does not allow this, and Texas will not stand for this, and we do not want to have white supremacists walking around with weapons that could be used against people of color.
Chair Collier, I just really appreciate the sentiment of what you're talking about, and I wish that this bill was the place to do that, but it's just not. And so for that, I respectfully disagree.
All right, thank you.
The chair recognizes Mr. Anchia to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, I'm really grateful to Representative Schaefer for walking back up and taking questions, which is a really solid courtesy that we should always accord to each other. And I really wanted to riff off of what the chairwoman was asking for the back mic, because she was told that this was not the right time to talk about whether we should be denouncing white supremacy or insurrection. I think it's always the right time to be talking about denouncing insurrectionists and white supremacists and creating policy that doesn't put guns in their hands. And so, to the chair of the Black Caucus, I say right on. There's no reason why we should be treating criminal gangs differently than violent white supremacists who want to kill just about half the people on this House floor as an article of faith, who wanted to string up the Vice President of the United States because an election didn't go their way, who wanted to kill members of Congress and tried to, who killed Capitol Police officers. I don't think they should benefit from protections under this bill. A bunch of them were from Texas.
Mr. Speaker.
And so, members, I got to tell you,
Mr. Bernal, for what purpose?
there is never a bad time to denounce insurrectionists, violent white supremacists. And I think the time to deal with it is not in some random bill, but now, and make a strong statement from this body that we will not tolerate it at all. So thank you, and I yield to my friend and colleague from Bexar County.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to make something clear. The author of the bill says that the section about criminal street gangs does not intersect or interact with the overall purpose of the bill. in the bill itself, is the section about criminal street gangs underlined?
Absolutely is.
Which means what to the layperson who's watching?
Which means it's new. It is part of the new law. It is a statement of policy that we are making from this body. That's what it means.
And so it did not exist before, it exists now. Does that section interact with the overall body or corpus and purpose of the bill?
Completely and inextricably.
So we could add white supremacist domestic terrorist organizations right now and have that group also be subject to the bill as criminal street gangs already do. Is that right?
And that is the goal of this amendment. This amendment says we do not offer insurrectionists. We do not offer violent white supremacists protections under this bill. They do not and have not earned protections under this bill. They do not get to have unlicensed guns. That's what this amendment says.
And so just to be clear, we could add and subject domestic terrorists and white supremacists to the body of this bill, but may choose to or not to with this vote. Is that correct?
This is a choice, members. And as the chair of the Black Caucus so ably pointed out, yeah, we are making policy. We are talking policy. This isn't in the abstract. This is where you stand right now, today. And this decision cannot be clearer.
Ms. Collier, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for a question?
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
The gentleman yields.
You know, I'm just wondering if you know, they're so offended by the term white supremacist. I mean, we know that that's an official term. It's been acknowledged. I mean, what about extremists? You know, there's extremists.
It is literally defined in federal law. I mean, we have included the code sections. The Department of Homeland Security defines this. I mean, there's no ambiguity here, Madam Chair.
Right. Are you aware that more unarmed blacks have been shot by police than any other race or ethnicity?
I was not, but thank you for bringing it to my attention.
And were you aware that black men have been detained by police for just wearing hoodies?
I am aware of this.
Were you aware that a black man was killed by police for carrying a cell phone?
Yes.
Were you aware that black men have been arrested just for shaking hands?
Yes. And the purpose of my amendment does not want to get at innocent behavior. Look, the bill clearly says there is this group of bad people that we want to exclude. I am just making it very clear that in that group of bad people, it is not limited just to petty street gangs. It also includes insurrectionists, and it also includes violent white supremacists. That's all we're doing here. We don't want those categories of people to be able to get guns under this bill. It's that simple.
We had insurrectionists here at our own Capitol.
You know, it is not often that in our preparation for being sworn in, we get security briefings.
Exactly.
We're usually coming here. It's a joyous occasion. We've all been elected. People are wanting to be sworn in. And instead, this year, one of our preparations was credible threats against this building and against the members of this body. And I don't think we need to be protecting those people under this bill, period.
Absolutely. I think you have a fine amendment.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate the support.
Please excuse the committee on calendars because of a committee meeting on the motion of Representative White. Is objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. The question occurs on adoption of the amendment. Record vote has been requested by Mr. Kaysen. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Schaefer voting no. Mr. Smith voting no. Mr. Wilson voting no. Show Mr. Kane voting no. All members voting. All members voting. There being 62 ayes, 72 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. Mr. Martinez-Fisher, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the exchanges on the Bernal and Anchia amendment from both mics be reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Members, you heard the motion. Is objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Is Ms. Crockett on the floor of the House? The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Crockett.
Chair can ask Ms. Crockett to explain the amendment.
Members, there was a conversation between my classmates and I earlier about courthouses. And I'm going to tell you like this. As the only new Black member of this body, I must say some of the discussion today has not only been eye-opening, but hurtful. I look at this body as a bipartisan body. When I got here, the one thing everyone told me as a freshman is that we weren't DC. We didn't do partisan politics. But even when my colleagues stand up and try to educate you on the hurt and the stress that we face in our communities that we represent, we know we don't have the numbers. We know we're not in the majority. But I was told that this wasn't a partisan body. But when you look at the votes, no matter the logic that has been presented, we sadly keep losing, even on things that are logical. I hear when the author says, well, this isn't the time. From what I've learned, there's a thing called a poo. And they said that you can do one of those if something isn't germane. So if a poo hasn't been raised on the germaneness, then something tells me that this is probably the proper time to raise the issue. My specific amendment only goes to the courthouses and any other area in which you would find a criminal defendant. This is about safety. That's all it is. You heard part of my story, which is number one, I was in a courthouse with a courthouse shooting before this type of law was in place. Another part of that story is that, sadly enough, one of the most infamous courthouse shootings took place in the author's own district in Tyler. That was before everyone would have these rights. The other courthouse shooting that comes to mind had to do with a federal courthouse in Dallas, where I live. I was supposed to be headed to the courthouse on that day. It's quite frightening as a practitioner that we can't even agree to protect our judges, to protect law enforcement, to protect victims that are trying to go to court and testify against assailants. I do defense work, and I'm telling you, this isn't good. The other part of this that no one has discussed is what's going to happen now is that an officer doesn't have probable cause. Anybody can walk around with a gun. We talk about felons can't do it, but technically they can, because it will not be probable cause to go up to them and say, hey, tell me, are you a felon? At least now we know that if someone is walking around, chances are they have a license to carry. That's the high probability. But honestly, we're gonna have people hiding in plain sight because no officer can go up to them and ask them. And so I'm just asking, can we truly consider some of these amendments and not make them so partisan? Because I want to work in the Capitol that I was told it's not. As it relates to this, I'm only asking, this amendment, I'm only asking that we protect our courthouses, that we protect any area in which there are any defendants that are being detained. That is all. It's not that hard. And honestly, the only thing that we're doing is asking that you leave the law in place where it is right now. Right now, when we talk about the burden on law enforcement and the fact that they're stretched too thin, we are going to have someone on every single door at these facilities, and we're going to need metal detectors on all these facilities because otherwise it will just be a Class C misdemeanor. With that, I move adoption.
The chair recognizes Mr. Schaefer to speak against the amendment.
Mr. Speaker and members, this is touching the same subject matter that we have discussed many times at the microphone before about someone who makes a mistake. We've done this at airports. We've done this with businesses. Anyone who misuses a firearm near a courthouse or does anything to cause alarm is committing a crime. And this provision of my bill just makes sure that we're going to focus on the misuse of firearms and not people who are making a mistake. And we've already passed this type of policy in this state. And so respectfully, I have to oppose this amendment.
The chair recognizes Ms. Crockett to close on the amendment. On her amendment.
Thank you so much. Members, while I understand the author's point, there is a significant difference in what goes on in an airport and what goes on at a criminal courthouse. You know, we were brought down here, I thought, to solve problems. And it sounds like right now we're proposing to solve a problem that doesn't exist. But I can give you examples of shootings when it comes to attorneys or assaults in general when it comes to attorneys at courthouses. We're talking about bringing people into situations that are very heated. When someone walks into the airport and they accidentally have a gun, I've actually defended those actions and gotten them dismissed. I agree, that may actually be an accident. But when we're talking about an emotionally charged criminal situation or an emotionally charged family situation, it's completely different than an airport. That is why we had delineations in the law in the first place, because it is different.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Collier, for what purpose?
will the gentlelady yield for some questions?
Will the gentlelady yield for questions?
Yes.
She yields for questions.
Representative Crockett, I just want to make sure that everyone understands what you're trying to do with this amendment. So right now we have protections here at the Capitol when we're talking about security. We have our DPS troopers providing us with additional security. Let us explain a little bit what you're trying to do with your amendment when you're talking about at the courthouses.
So the current law, while I know that the author keeps saying that this is in law, there's still another reason that we're treating people differently. We're acknowledging that we're not willing to make people even become trained to have these firearms. Honestly, I do think that we should give somewhat of a benefit to those that are trained. Right now, what we're going to do is say that untrained persons can walk into any establishment, including a courthouse, where they have posted at the courthouse, no firearms. And unless someone verbally tells them that, hey, you can't have that gun here, what's going to happen is that it's simply a Class C misdemeanor. That is not a deterrent whatsoever, and that is it's unduly burdensome on our law enforcement to have to do that much extra policing when we're talking about things like a criminal courthouse.
Because at the courthouse, they're also, I mean, they have, a lot of the courthouses have detectors. They have, you know, the detection system that they're looking for weapons. They're looking for different items before. So if they're going to have to tell someone not to bring the weapon into the courthouse, that's just an added step before someone can get into the courthouse. And it's extra work for our law enforcement officers. Would you agree?
Absolutely.
And so it's going to be a burden onto the law enforcement.
Absolutely. And I believe that's one reason that law enforcement is against it.
Absolutely.
Not one law enforcement organization is for this bill.
And it doesn't do anything to improve public safety in our courts.
Absolutely not.
Okay. Thank you so much for this amendment. I think it's a wonderful amendment.
Thank
and
you.
In fact, I would encourage you to, this should also be in our schools as well.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Mr. Lopez,
Mr.
for
Speaker,
purpose.
would the representative entertain a few questions from me?
Will the gentlelady yield?
Yes.
She yields for questions.
Thank you very much for raising the issue of especially relative to federal courthouses in general, but federal courthouses in particular. Are you familiar with the Western District Courthouse in San Antonio?
I have not been there.
Just to let you know, that particular facility was built in 1967. It was built to house a theater. It has been converted into a federal courthouse. A federal courthouse that in the Western District handles the vast majority of criminal cases that are driven by gang members and drug lords from Central and South America. Do you think that there is sufficient ways to screen individuals and to ask them as you're coming into that courthouse to provide the level of security for those judges, for those witnesses, and for those individuals that are seeking justice?
I do not.
Do you believe that the amendment that you're submitting would change that?
I absolutely believe that it will help law enforcement and help to keep us safe.
Well, I can tell you that on behalf of the people in San Antonio and those individuals that work at the federal courthouse in San Antonio, I thank you for bringing this forward, and I support your amendment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. The record vote has been requested by Mr. Kaysen. The clerk will ring the bell. So Ms. Crockett voting aye, Mr. Schaefer voting no. All members voting. All members voting. There being 59 ayes, 80 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. Ms. Theory. Ms. Theory. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by theory. Amendment by theory. Amendment by theory. Dawn, it was on. Amendment. Amendment by theory.
The chair recognizes Ms. Theory to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment will maintain the status quo at our schools. You just heard the passionate, emotional plea that Representative Crockett made about our courthouses. And I understand we saw the numbers. That was not successful. I just want to submit to you members one last plea, one narrow exception, one carve out, and that would be for our schools. Currently, members, our schools are the least protected government building in Texas. As a mom of a child in a public school that you all have been very gracious and kind to, of a second grader, I will tell you that I don't even feel really comfortable sending my daughter back to school. She's in virtual school right now because I worry so much about school safety. And I understand that this, Representative, we talked about this, is not designed to handle the mass shooter that comes in. But there are a lot of people that would feel very emboldened to bring a gun to a school campus. And now, without this exception, we're going to require teachers or principals at an elementary school to have to go outside daily. If someone were to come there daily with the gun, that principal, that teacher would have to say, this gun is forbidden. She would have to orally say that. And so what this amendment does, members, is it just says that it's okay for a school to post a written sign. That's it. It just says that a school, it's enough, that's the threshold that we're going to allow our schools to meet, so they can continue to educate our children. As I said before, our courthouses are more secure, our airports, and as Chair Collier pointed out, our state capitol. We have more protection. I have more protection here than my daughter. I would trade places, as you guys know, as a parent.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
Would the gentlelady yield for a question?
Does the gentlelady yield?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I yield for a question.
Thank you, Representative Theory. Ms. Theory, you're, I believe, the proud mom of a beautiful little girl. Is that right?
Yes, I am, Representative Turner.
I've had the pleasure of meeting your daughter. I think a lot of members on this floor have. And so I'm going to infer that this amendment is pretty personal to you as a mom. Is that fair to say?
Yes, it is, because I'm doing all I can, and I commend Chairman Bonnet and this body. Last session, we put $100 million into school safety. So after we saw the attack in Santa Fe, we responded. We gave an allotment to our schools. And I feel, members, with this, we're going the wrong way with the schools. I'm a pragmatic person. I know that the bill is going to pass. I'm not addressing that. And Representative Schaefer has really had a lot of conversation with me today, and I just don't think that he feels I think in his spirit maybe he's there, but I just don't think he feels it's something he can do. And I would like to ask you all if he were willing to let him do it. Give him the grace, give him the power to say he still passed the bill, but that we said that it's okay for a school, Representative Turner and everyone listening, to just post a sign. Our most vulnerable population is at our schools, women and children.
Absolutely. Well,
And so,
I think
Yes, Representative.
Thank you, Representative Theory, and I think you, speaking for millions of Texas moms and dads and teachers and others, as you've laid out this amendment, so thank you for that.
Thank you for your question. Members, if you really look at the amendment, it just says that it's okay for the school to post a written sign at the entrance that carrying a weapon on the property is prohibited. Representative Schaefer talked to me about disorderly conduct, and he mentioned that under the law, if there was disorderly conduct, that would be sufficient. But some people go to the school and could use that gun as just a way to intimidate a teacher or a faculty member or a principal. They don't have to be disorderly. And then he mentioned that the law says that the gun in and of itself, if it causes panic, then they could be arrested. But now if we don't change this, if we don't have this one exception, we're going to have two different areas of the law. We're going to have a law that says guns are prohibited on schools, but then we're also going to have a law that says they're prohibited, but that the faculty member has to orally, perhaps daily, tell different people that they're prohibited. So why would we put that burden on our schools? That's all I'm saying. I really think if we would be reasonable and just give him the permission to say, hey, we'll just carve out that as a narrow exception, that we're not going to put that burden on teachers to have to go around daily or weekly or monthly to tell people that you can't have a gun here. Representative Schaefer, I'm going to close, but you said something in your opening about this was a common sense bill. I would ask everyone, members, can I please find one area of common ground? Are schools an area of common ground where we can apply common sense and say, they can post a sign, that's enough. They don't have to open their mouth. They don't have to go outside. They don't have to confront. It's just common sense. Members, I move adoption.
Chair recognizes Mr. Schaefer to speak against the amendment.
Thank you, Representative Theory, for your comments. Firearms are prohibited in schools today. They will be tomorrow. Anyone who misuses a firearm at a public school or private school, it's going to be illegal. Anyone who comes onto the premises of a school with a firearm, even after this bill passes, there's going to be more than enough probable cause to detain that person, disarm them, and secure the scene. So the only thing we're doing is to make sure that we're not going to make felons out of people who've made a mistake. We're also going to keep my children and your children safe, and I feel confident that this bill will accomplish that.
Ms. Davis, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, I yield.
Thank you. Mr. Schaefer, as I'm listening to Representative Theory's amendment, I'm just curious, based on the rejection of her amendment, where does that leave us here at the Capitol? We currently have those with concealed license showing a card, so now no one will have to show a permit to come into the Capitol. Is that correct?
No.
According to this bill?
No. This bill does not touch the part of our statutes that govern the Capitol grounds or the Capitol complex.
Okay. So what we're doing is we're treating our citizens different than we're treating ourselves. We're going to allow people to walk around in our communities and possibly in our schools, but we're not doing the same thing for those of us who are in the Capitol every day.
Well, Representative, if you would like to, this bill does not contemplate any changes to the Capitol complex regarding the prohibitions. And so it's just not relevant to this bill.
And so we currently have metal detectors to detect whether or not someone has metal, and in this instance, maybe a gun. We would no longer need the metal detectors because they will not have a permit, so there would, is that where we're moving?
Nothing in this bill changes the policy or the law for the Capitol complex.
So again, I'm gonna ask it differently. Based on what we're doing, are we treating all the other institutions, the courthouses, the schools, the neighborhood stores, are we treating them differently than we're treating ourselves being here at the Capitol, where we have armed guards, where we have them to show their concealed weapon permit, where we make them walk through a metal detector? That's what we're doing to citizens to come in here to see us, and now we're going to treat everyone else differently than that. So we're going to protect ourselves, but not protect the citizens.
Well, the Capitol complex will be treated the same way. Basically, college campuses are treated the same way open government meetings will be treated, those types of places.
Is that different than what we're doing to general society? Is that different? If we keep the Capitol complex, like you just said,
you cannot
is
carry,
that different?
You cannot carry even a license holder cannot carry onto a public school.
Don't we have people on this floor carrying a gun that are concealed weapon owners, concealed license? Isn't that correct that we in fact have had members to carry guns on the House floor because they had a concealed license?
Yes, ma'am, but there's...
I can't hear you.
Yes, ma'am, that's true, but that license to carry does not allow you to carry a handgun into an airport or a courthouse or a public school.
No, we were talking about the differences. Is this bill, under this bill, those of us who come to the Capitol every day, we enjoy the fact that there are guards out in front of the Capitol and on all the doors. We enjoy the fact that we know if they've got a concealed hand license, their permit is showing up on the register when they come in. We have metal detectors to protect those folks who are coming in that we don't know. Is that different than what we're doing in society outside of this Capitol complex?
Well, I think it depends on the place. When you look at courthouses and prisons...
That's a yes or no.
Well, the answer is that not really, because there are parts of this bill and parts of our code that you still have all those places that have security, have armed guards. Your public schools, to get into the building, in many schools, they do have metal detectors. So I think the Capitol is similarly situated with many other types of institutions.
So Representative Thury's amendment to deal with protections of schools would have been acceptable. Is that acceptable to you? Because you say it's the same.
No, ma'am, I oppose this amendment.
Okay, so why are we opposing an amendment that you say they enjoy the same protections that we have? Why would you be opposed to them being treated like we're being treated?
A public school has stronger protections than we have here in the Capitol.
They have what?
Stronger protections than we have here in the Capitol with respect to firearms.
Under this bill, would someone be able to go into a school without a permit but have a gun?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So then why are you opposing Ms. Thury's amendment?
Because...
Because what? I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Representative, we've had about 5 or 6 amendments to deal with this same issue of when it's a Class C versus a Class A, and right now, that's why she wants to do something different than what the bill does. We have created a policy for places like airports and. We've created policies for things like airports, courthouses that allow for someone who made a mistake to avoid a Class A misdemeanor. And let me tell you also, with respect to Ms. Thury's amendment, it's against federal law for an unlicensed person to be within 1,000 feet of a school. That's under federal law today. Public schools have strong laws against any misuse of a firearm.
So let me ask you another question. Are we rejecting the amendments to protect the citizens because you've lost your appreciation for the protection that we have? Have you lost your support of law? Do you no longer support law enforcement? I'm trying to understand why it's good for us and it's not good for everybody else. So, I mean, either you like it or you don't like it, but clearly we're setting a standard separate for ourselves than we are the people that we represent. So I'm just trying to understand, what is it that you're trying to accomplish by treating us one way and treating our citizens another way?
I just don't agree that we're doing that with this bill. So
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your response.
I just don't agree with that characterization of what we're doing here.
Do you believe that we enjoy some support and protection that the others won't enjoy, other citizens won't enjoy?
Ma'am, I believe it depends on the location, and I think you have to look at places like public
Mr.
schools that have
Speaker,
very
would the
strong
gentleman yield?
firearms
Ms. Theory, for what purpose?
provisions.
Would the gentleman yield, please, Mr.
The gentleman
Speaker?
yield for questions? The gentleman yield for questions.
Quickly, Representative Schaefer, I wanted to ask this, just in practical effect, without my amendment, would a school be required to tell every single person, let's say 1,000 people came up to a school with a gun. Without my amendment passing, would the teachers or the principal or faculty be required to tell all 1,000 of those people orally that they should not have a gun? Members, please listen to this one question, please. If 1,000 people showed up at my daughter's school tomorrow, and this law was in effect, and my amendment was not accepted, would the faculty of the school be required to verbally tell all 1,000 of those people that a gun is prohibited?
Absolutely not. State law prohibits firearms on school grounds. Federal law prohibits unlicensed carry of a firearm within 1,000 feet of a school.
Well, if that's the case, then Representative, why is a section in there saying that it is a defense to this that they have to have been told orally? That's why I wanted to take out schools and just exempt them from this altogether. If we would just, I have another amendment, if we could just take schools out of it, then everything would remain the same. Because if 1,000 people go up to a school with a gun, they would have to orally tell all 1,000 for it to stay a Class A misdemeanor. That is the application of it. Do you think that's reasonable that a teacher or an assistant principal could tell all 500, all 20, all 30, all 1,000 that you cannot have a firearm? And they could honestly say, well, I wasn't told that. If 1,000 people did it, they have to tell each of them, Representative. That's why I'm only asking.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Ms. Theory to close on the amendment. The chair recognizes Ms. Theory to close on the amendment.
Members, I brought up a point a moment ago that if with this amendment doesn't pass, we're doing something very different for our schools. For the first time in the history of the state, schools would be required to one by one tell anyone that came up there with a gun, if you want to hold them accountable for a Class A misdemeanor, you have to verbally, orally tell them. So if 500 people come, you'd have to tell each one, versus having that sign that they already have up there be enough. Right now, today, that is enough. The sign that is posted is enough for them to have a Class A misdemeanor. The sign that is there right now today is enough. If this amendment doesn't even get through, now Harrod Elementary School, where my daughter attends, now her principal has to go out there, and if 300 people showed up, she has to tell all 300. If one person shows up on Monday, the bill is silent. If you tell the person on Monday, if they come back on Tuesday, do you have to tell them again?
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Johnson, for what purpose?
will the gentlelady yield for a question?
Will the lady yield?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I yield.
Representative Theory, I struggled with the author's response to Representative Davis' point that somehow schools were in a better secure position than we are in this building. And it may not be representing to the people of Texas that are watching this exchange about schools. Would it surprise you to know that there are about 32 DPS troopers walking around this Capitol right now protecting us?
It would not surprise me, Representative. I see it every day.
And those troopers are walking around with long guns, look like they are prepared to defend us?
Absolutely, Representative.
Do you have 32 DPS troopers walking around your daughter's school with long guns to protect them?
Absolutely not. Honestly, members, she has a 5'5" principal and a 5'5" height and a 5'2" teacher who probably weighs 115 pounds.
In addition to that, we have metal detectors at the door. In addition to that, we have sergeant at arms in this room right now that add to that additional element of security. Isn't that right?
That's right, Representative, and at our courthouses and at our airports, which is, you're making the point that our schools are our least protected government building with our most vulnerable population, little kids and women for the most part. But we do have marshals, but that doesn't solve the issue. Members, if this amendment doesn't go through, our schools are required to tell each person verbally every single day. You have to keep repeating yourself that the firearm is prohibited from the campus. It doesn't matter not that it's illegal federally. We're changing that by saying it's no longer a class misdemeanor. The signs that are there today would not be enough. And I just submit enough is enough. We've done a great job. We've got the signs where they are. Why now are we going to require that burden on our schools, that they have to go out there and talk to people every time, putting themselves in a potentially confrontational situation? And then if you're bold and courageous enough to do that on Monday, you have to do it again on Tuesday. You have to do it again on Wednesday. If 5,000 show up, you got to tell all 5,000. So I guess everybody gets it. It's no sense in belaboring the point, but I thought that this was a reasonable exception. And so, Representative, it's a no-go. I guess I move adoption. I ask any member, if you think you can, vote one.
The question occurs on adoption of the amendment. Mr. Slayton has requested a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Theory voting aye, Mr. Schaefer voting no. All members voting. There being 64 ayes, 80 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. Isn't it something we kind of did before? The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Slayton.
Chair recognizes Mr. Slayton to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, currently the Department of Family and Protective Services may not prohibit a foster parent with a license to carry from carrying a handgun in a vehicle while transporting a foster child if the handgun is in the possession and control of the foster parent.
Mr. Canales, for what purpose?
Raise a point of order, Rule 11, Section 2, and the grounds the amendment is not germane.
Please bring your point of order down front.
Members, the point of order has been withdrawn. Mr. Slayton, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, real quick, the Department of Family and Protective Services may not prohibit a foster parent with a license to carry from carrying a handgun in a vehicle while transporting a foster child if the handgun is in the possession and control of the foster parent. This amendment simply makes it clear that the same is true for any foster parent who may lawfully carry a handgun under this bill. This is already in law now under LTC. We're making sure if this bill passes, foster parents can continue to have their gun in the car. I move adoption.
Chair recognizes Mr. Schaefer to speak on the amendment.
I'm going to speak on this amendment. Foster parents have gone through extensive background checks. We've made some provisions for them in the law in the past. So I'm just going to leave this up to the will of the House.
Chair recognizes Mr. Slayton to close on the amendment.
I close.
The question occurs on adoption of the amendment. The record vote has been requested by Mr. Kaysen. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Schaefer voting aye. All members voting. All members voting. There being 88 ayes, 52 nays, the amendment is adopted. Ms. Ramos, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order against further consideration under Rule 4, Section 32C5. C5.
Please bring your point of order down front.
Thank you.
Representative Ramos raises a point of order against further consideration of House Bill 1927 under Rule 4, Section 32C5 of the House Rules on the grounds that the comparison of the original to the substitute section of the bill analysis is inaccurate. Ms. Ramos argues that the comparison fails to note that the original bill permitted the carrying of a firearm or other weapon at certain places of worship, and that the substitute bill does not contain that provision. Both the original and substitute bills contain this provision, but are expressed by different drafting conventions. The substitute does not differ from the original bill in this regard. There is no comparison to be made because there is no difference. Accordingly, the point of order is respectfully overruled. Is Mr. Biederman on the floor of the House? The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Biederman.
The chair recognizes Mr. Biederman to explain the amendment.
Whoop, we are here. Thank you. This amendment is for to make this bill be more continuous. Right now on campus, college students who have a license to carry.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Canales, for what purpose?
Raise a point of order of Rule 11, Section 2.
Please bring the point of order down front. Representative Canales has raised a point of order against further consideration of the Biederman Amendment to House Bill 1927 under Rule 11, Section 2 of the House Rules on the grounds that the amendment is not germane. The subject of the bill is to authorize persons 21 years of age or older to carry a firearm without a license, if not prohibited by law, from possessing a firearm, and addresses related criminal offenses. The Biederman Amendment includes provisions limiting civil liability for certain institutions of higher education and their offices and employees for failure to take certain actions related to the carrying of firearms on an institution's campus. The amendment contains provisions that are not on the same subject as the bill. Accordingly, the point of order is well taken and sustained. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Biederman.
The chair recognizes Mr. Biederman to explain the amendment.
Well, members, this amendment is for an LCRA carve-out. They're the only subdivision or where
Mr. Speaker.
all of the
Mr. Canales, for what
campgrounds-
purpose?
Raise a point of order under Rule 11, Section 2. Under the grounds the amendment is not germane.
Please bring your point of order down front. The point of order is withdrawn. The chair recognizes Mr. Biederman to explain the amendment.
Well, thank you. Again, this is a very simple amendment. If the bill passes, LCRA has a number of campgrounds on their river, and these campgrounds will not be included in the bill if it passes. So right now, if a camper wants to go camping in some of these campgrounds, and there's dozens of them, they may feel that they don't have to have a permit. And so if they go to these campgrounds, they will not be included in the protections of this bill of having permitless carry, because right now you can carry in these campgrounds, but this is just basically to make the bill more uniform. And again, it's the only area basically that will not be included in this bill, and I move adoption.
Schaefer.
The chair recognizes Mr. Schaefer to speak against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With great respect for what Mr. Biederman is doing here, I might, on a different day in a different bill, certainly agree with him. But for this day in this bill, I want to keep this policy together to try to keep it moving forward. And I worry that when we begin to erode the bill like this, it's not going to get us where we go. So for those reasons, I respectfully ask you to oppose this amendment.
The chair recognizes Mr. Biederman to close on the amendment.
I move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. A record vote has been requested by Mr. Kaysen. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Biederman voting aye. So Mr. Schaefer voting no. All members voting. There being 14 ayes, 127 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Thompson of Harris.
The chair recognizes Ms. Thompson to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, this bill repeals the offenses in which persons convicted of unlawful possession of firearms. And what my amendment says that those individuals should not have to bear the burden of conduct no longer criminal. And I'm asking for those records to be expunged. I got your attention, didn't I? You want me to say it again? All right. In this bill, they have repealed certain offenses. Okay? They no longer criminalize them. So why should those persons who carry the burden of no longer having been criminals, why don't we expunge those records? I'm not talking about persons who have been convicted of crimes when in possession of firearms. I'm talking about those persons probably who has been in possession of a firearm and been charged in the possession of a firearm. And this ought to be acceptable to the author.
Can I ask you? The chair recognizes Mr. Schaefer to speak in favor of the amendment.
Now, I wonder if Ms. T is going to vote for the bill now. Members, solely possessing an unlicensed handgun and you've not been convicted of anything where you haven't misused it, you haven't threatened someone, you haven't used it in a manner to harm someone, maybe that's something we should look at being able to give a person a second chance on. So for those reasons, I'll support Mrs. Thompson on her amendment.
The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. Mr. Kaysen has requested a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Mr. Schaefer voting aye. Mr. Leach voting aye. All members voting. Show Mr. Frulo voting aye. All members voting. There being 145 ayes, 0 nays, the amendment is adopted. Is Ms. Goodwin on the floor of the House? The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Goodwin.
The chair recognizes Ms. Goodwin to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. My amendment would track the effects of this monumental change represented in this bill. Currently, Section 4602 of the Penal Code prohibits carrying a handgun unless, broadly speaking, the person carrying the weapon is on their own premises or in their own car or boat. The main exception to this, of course, is the license to carry a handgun, which allows license holders to carry handguns in public places. This bill will allow people without an LTC to also carry firearms in public, so it's reasonable to expect the bill's passage to result in an increased occurrence of firearms in public. This bill is a major change in policy, and I think that it's appropriate to see what effect this shift will have. My amendment would require the Department of Public Safety to prepare and complete a report each year for the first 5 years after implementation of this bill, with information on how many people obtained a license to carry a handgun during the year after implementation of the law as compared to prior years, or any other relevant data that the Department of Public Safety thinks they should collect. This body is divided on whether or not this legislation will make Texans more or less safe. It's no secret that I am deeply concerned about this bill because of the potential it has to negatively impact the welfare and security of many Texans. I hope that we can all see value in collecting data to prove or disprove our individual claims. This report would give us the ability to do so, particularly if the Department of Public Safety collects data on the number of gun deaths in Texas, the number of emergency room visits as a result of a gunshot wound, and the number of guns purchased or transferred in Texas after this law goes into effect. I move adoption.
Ms. Goodwin sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to adoption of the amendment? Mr. Kaysen has requested a record vote. The record vote has been granted. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Schaefer voting aye. All members voting. There being 125 ayes, 16 nays, the amendment is adopted. Mr. Biederman. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Biederman.
The chair recognizes Mr. Biederman to explain the amendment.
Well, thank you. This is, I'm back again because this is a very important amendment that is very important to this bill. This amendment will continue to provide higher education institutions the ability to have their students over 21, not the young students, over 21, to be able to carry without a permit on campus. Right now, if this amendment is not passed, there will be students over 21 that will be on campus, and they may think they can be there without a permit because the rest of the state would have that for the most part. So that wouldn't be good on campus. It would cause a lot of problems. So that's all this bill does, or this amendment. It just makes it consistent with the law that this bill, HB 1927, is putting forth.
Mr. Slayton, for what purpose?
Want to ask, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask some questions when he's done with his layout.
Are you done with your layout, Mr. Biederman?
Yes.
The gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Biederman, can you tell me why we need this? Like, why you filed this amendment, and why do we need this in Texas, and why do we need it added to this bill?
Well, we want to bring uniformity to this bill, because if we don't have this, as I said, people over 21 that are on campus, whether they're students or not, will not be able to be there without a license to carry. And so they may not realize that they're not allowed to on that campus when they can most everywhere else in the state of Texas. So all it does is bring this into uniformity with this bill, and again, for over 21, not for young students. And of course, young women are definitely at risk on college campuses of sexual assault, rape, and other things. And this amendment allows them to have equal access to a handgun for self-defense.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I move adoption.
The chair recognizes Mr. Schaefer to speak against the amendment.
Once again, members, I appreciate the spirit of what Mr. Biederman is trying to do. This is the first time I've seen this language, and given what we're trying to accomplish with this bill, I'm respectfully going to have to oppose this amendment.
The chair recognizes Mr. Biederman to close on the amendment.
Well, I appreciate Representative Schaefer. And again, I carried a constitutional carry bill and put forth and went through committee. We all worked together on these bills. This was one of the additions that Representative Schaefer decided not to have in his bill, including his bill, but was in mine and a few other bills. This is, again, just to have uniformity with this bill right now so that people that are over 21 on a college campus would be treated the same way as when they're not at school. So I move adoption.
The question occurs on adoption of the amendment. Mr. Kaysen has requested a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Schaefer voting no. Show Mr. Biederman voting aye. Mr. Canals voting no. All members voting. All members voting. There being 16 ayes, 126 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Dutton.
The chair recognizes Mr. Dutton to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 1968, the U.S. Supreme Court passed a case which we refer to commonly as Terry stops, which allows police to briefly detain a person based on a reasonable suspicion of involvement in a criminal activity. Since we are letting everybody carry a gun, that won't be a criminal activity to do so. And what this amendment does is helps that.
The chair recognizes Mr. Schaefer to speak in favor of the amendment.
This amendment is acceptable to the author.
The question occurs on adoption of the amendment. A record vote has been requested by Mr. Kaysen. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Dutton voting aye. Show Mr. Schaefer voting aye. All members voting. There being 141 ayes, 2 nays, The amendment is adopted. Does anyone want to speak for, against, or on the bill? The chair recognizes Mr. Schaefer to close on the bill.
Members, thank you so much for sticking with us today. I know we're anxious to vote. I want to reiterate that this bill does not strip public schools of protection under state or federal law. There's about 14 ways that
Members, we're going to back up a second. The chair recognizes Mr. Turner to speak against the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I rise in opposition to this bill because it's the wrong policy for the state of Texas today. This bill makes our state and our constituents less safe. Texans need us to stand up and pass laws that ensure anyone in our state with a gun is safe and responsible with it and is well trained. This bill does the opposite. Every week, gun violence steals the lives of more Texans. This permitless carry legislation moves us in the wrong direction. It makes the training and licensing process obsolete and allows more people to carry guns without proper safety training. As Mr. Schaefer and I discussed on his layout this morning, the Texas Constitution clearly states that the legislature shall have power by law to regulate the wearing of arms with a view to prevent crime. This bill will not prevent crime. As we've already heard today, the research shows us that we will see an increase in homicides and an increase in violent crime if bills like this become law. That's why our state's largest police associations are opposed to this bill and opposed to any permitless carry legislation. We need common sense reforms to our gun laws. And our focus should be on passing laws to ensure that every Texan who has a gun, and most who do, are responsible, and we need to keep it that way. We don't need to repeal the systems that have worked to keep guns out of the wrong hands. But unfortunately, sometimes common sense policy seems to have little chance on this floor. We ignore research, ignore the voices of the men and women who risk their lives in law enforcement, nor the stories of far too many families who have lost loved ones to gun violence. We're also ignoring, if we pass this bill today, current events. A couple headlines from newspapers just today. 2 dead in daytime shooting at a Southeast Houston apartment complex. Suspect in custody in shooting a Burleson police officer and the slaying of a woman in a carjacking. And I could go on, but I won't. The majority of members on this floor may support this bill today, but make no mistake, the majority of Texans in this state outside this building do not support this bill. I stand with them in opposition to this bill and in support of the common sense gun safety measures that this state needs and deserves. One day, members, I believe in the not too far distant future, a member of this body will bring a gun safety bill to the floor of this House and lay it out here at this podium that actually improves public safety and fulfills our constitutional duty to prevent crime and to enhance public safety. Unfortunately, today is not that day, and that's why I'll be voting no on this bill.
Mr. Coleman, for what purpose?
Yes, will the gentleman yield for a question?
The gentleman yields for questions.
Yes, I will.
Thank you, Representative Turner. I've noticed there's been a lot of discussion about the vulnerability of women today.
I have noticed that, yes.
Yes, but it hasn't come from women, has it?
I have not heard any women speak about the vulnerability of women, no.
So what is it about women, whether they're young or old, that puts them in jeopardy it seems to be in any situation, anywhere where they need a firearm to walk the dog?
I think it's a great question, and I haven't had a clear answer as to why women and their safety has been such a focus today of the proponents of this legislation. I think we have a lot of bills on this floor from time to time that could help women, Texans, and sometimes they don't seem to have the same, how shall I say it, the same level of concern that we've seen today on this bill, seemingly.
Might be a dog whistle.
Might be, Representative Coleman.
The chair recognizes Mr. Anchia to speak against the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Just a few years ago, permitless carry was thought to be a bridge too far. I remember when I'd walk up and down the aisles, people would say, "No way, that's crazy. Never do that. Could never support it." But yet here we are today. We're going to allow permitless carry. The Dallas Police Association, City of Dallas Police Department, specifically asked members of our delegation to please vote against this bill. They thought it would make law enforcement more vulnerable to people that could now go around background checks outside of our licensure regime. And they pointed out to me a staggering statistic: 30,000. So what does 30,000 relate to? 30,000 is the number of Texans who failed their LTC licensure program and regime. They were ineligible. And this legislature, this House today, is saying, if you failed, we're still going to give you a gun. You can stroll right up and get one. We have rendered meaningless, as Representative Turner said earlier, all of the state safeguards that we have in place in state law to make sure that bad guys don't get guns. Make sure that people who are mentally ill don't get guns. We are wiping that away in state law as a result of this. And so I agree with you, all of you, who told me years ago that this is a bridge too far, that this is insane, that this is bad policy, that this is way too extreme. And yet we find ourselves here today, and we know full well, we've taken some awful votes today, just awful votes, but we know full well that by removing the safeguards that have been in place for decades, that more people are going to die in this state. And I thought that this legislature, in its response to El Paso and Sulphur Springs and the countless other shootings across this state, mass murders across this state, would have a different approach. I thought we'd have common sense gun safety come to the floor that has broad bipartisan support, that has majorities of Republicans supporting it. But instead, this is our response. This is the first session, as our colleagues pointed out, since the El Paso massacre that occurred targeting Hispanic Texans, where an extremist, a white supremacist who had written a manifesto, hopped in his car in North Texas, drove all the way to El Paso with an eye towards murdering people because they were concerned about an invasion of brown people across this state. And this is our response. I fear, members, that we are now through the looking glass, that what we do makes no sense, that we are taking affirmative measures that are going to make Texans less safe. And God, I wish this was not the case. Because I know many of you very, very well. And I wonder, as one of my colleagues was musing the other day, if we didn't have R's and D's next to our names, the outcome today might be a little bit different. I'd like to think so. But I regret this is the action that we're taking today in the face of this terrible public health crisis for our state. So thank you, members, for the floor. Thank you to the author of the bill for engaging in a sharing of ideas and experiences about this. And members, today's a hard day for many of us, especially with some of the votes that we've taken. And I don't know if I've got the words to describe how difficult this is for many of us, but I hope we can come together after this and do good for this state. Thank you.
Mr. Rosenthal, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for some questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Always.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, sir. And thank you for what you just said. I appreciate that. Mr. Anchia, are you aware that year over year, for the last 10 years, gun violence has increased in this state?
Yes.
So I looked up some statistics, and I wonder if you know this. In 2014, we had 10.67 gun homicides per 100,000. That's the measurement that we use to measure gun violence. Do you know that in 2015, that number went from 10.6 to 11.7?
That's statistically significant.
Did you know that the last year that this is available, this data is available for 2019, that number had risen to 12.66 deaths per 100,000.
That also is significant.
It is. And would you agree with me that it seems like our response to an epidemic rise in gun violence is to relax gun laws year over year in this state?
That's been my experience. I have not seen any common sense bipartisan gun safety bills come to this body. Well, I shouldn't say that. The one that we had recently, which passed this body, which the author was against, that would have prevented people from carrying guns onto the tarmacs of commercial airports. That was vetoed by the governor.
Are you aware that mass shootings have increased in the state year over year, especially in the last 2 years?
Yes.
Are you aware the same is true of school shootings?
Yes.
Are you aware that there's a rise in domestic violence, including partners shooting their partners in their houses?
I'm aware.
Are you aware that we now have a rash of cop killings?
Sad but true. And that's why cops are against this bill.
Did you know that a treasured and loved sheriff's deputy in my district was gunned down in the street by a man with a handgun?
I did see that, and I'm sorry.
Thank you. Do you know what we call it when we do the same thing over and over again and expect a different outcome?
We call it insanity.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Ms. Beckley to speak against the bill.
Thank you, Chairman, members. This session, I have heard over and over that one fraudulent vote is too many. I say that one more accidental gun death is too many, and I cannot vote for this bill, and I ask you not to as well. Thank you. Bye-bye.
The chair recognizes Mr. Martinez Fisher to speak against the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Thank you for having the debate. I don't think very often speeches are meant to change votes. So that's not my appeal, that's not my request. But I will tell you, as we started the debate today, stood at the back mic with a member who's a Republican who's senior to me. And while we were listening to the layout, we both realized that we were standing at the back microphone waiting our turn for a longer and longer period of time. And for a moment, we quit listening to the bill and kept listening. We quit listening to all the sidebars and things that were taking place, and we just sort of reflected for a brief minute about how much things have changed over our times here. Changed for Democrats, changed for Republicans, and just, you know, part of it we had a laugh, talked about some of the things that we could do at 29 that you can't do at 50, but we also talked about having a sense of responsibility as older members, as we mentor and get to know newer members, younger members. And part of that responsibility is to let them know that things you see today aren't the way they've always been. And so for those of you who have just been here a little while, you may not know, but we are not used to coming to the Capitol to be greeted with a brigade of armed troopers with automatic rifles. Yes, we're used to having troopers. Yes, we know that we are protected, but we've never had to see the presence on every floor in the rotunda, everywhere you go, not just men and women that protect us, but they are armored up like they're preparing for a war. That's not normal. That didn't happen in the late 90s, didn't happen in the 80s, didn't happen in the 2000s. What also didn't happen is we didn't receive intelligence briefings from DPS about known threats of people who want to come to the Capitol who could walk in armed and in some instances not even have to stand in line. They could bypass the detector, but for COVID, you could just walk right in. We didn't have those briefings. We didn't have political pandering talking about making the state of Texas a sanctuary state for guns at the very same time an officer's being shot in Bryan, Texas, responding to an active shooter incident. That didn't happen. And what really has not happened in my 20 years is I've never debated a gun bill while actively glued to my telephone to learn about an active shooter in the city of San Antonio, driving in a car full of ammo and with weapons, driving the wrong way on a roadway into our airport. And when he was detained by the authorities, opened his car door and started shooting. And if that's not real, there are members of the Bexar County delegation whose family members put that uniform on to protect us. And I wonder what's going on in his mind when he knows that. So these are the things that do not happen, have not happened. And however you throw your light green or red today, and as you ponder what's next, and as you make your dinner plans and make your travel plans, and lean over to your desk mate asking, when are we going to get done with this second reading calendar? You need to ask yourself, what can we do as a body to quit the perpetuation of these self-fulfilling prophecies? I remember in 2015, Campus Carry, that was it. Put guns on college campuses and we're done. Matter of fact, no constitutional carry. There was open carry back then, didn't make it. 2017, didn't make it. 2019, didn't even get a hearing when folks with armed weapons were walking the streets of some of our leaders in this chamber that are still here today. Some of them are. Asking the wives and spouses of those individuals where their husbands stood on open carry. I remember that was just enough to say we're not even going to hear the bill. And so for those of you who thought 2 years ago that was normal, that's never happened before. So I just ask for your reflection. I'm not asking you to switch your vote. I'm just asking for your reflection. Think about those instances. And don't think about this debate being the difference between you having a gun and not having a gun. That's not what this debate is. So thank you for your indulgence.
The chair recognizes Mrs. Crockett to speak against the bill.
I'll keep it brief, and I promise not to cry. So, considering the fact that I am a freshman, so many of you haven't had a chance to learn a little bit about me. So I just want to tell you a little bit more. Number one, I'm licensed to carry, and I own more than one firearm, surprisingly enough. And so, for me, this isn't about being against guns. This is about making sure that gun ownership is responsible. In addition to that, I'm a civil rights lawyer. The first time that I was brought into the world of civil rights had to do with the fact that we had a shooting situation in Dallas that some of you may have heard about, in which a number of officers were gunned down. In that particular situation, there was a black man. He was legally carrying a long gun. But because he was a black man and there was a shooting, the next thing you know, his face was plastered all on the news because he was the suspected shooter. Sadly enough, this is a reality for so many Black Americans in this country. And what I'm afraid of is that when we have officers that are consistently saying that they shot and killed someone because they feared for their lives, and we are so accepting of that rhetoric, what's going to happen when someone actually lawfully and legally is walking with a firearm? The reason that law enforcement was against this is because we don't know what type of an uptick that we're going to see specifically from them, because they consistently say that they're afraid. And it's amazing that we have so many members that back the blue, but for whatever reason, they can't hear them on this one issue. And it's an issue of safety for officers as well as citizens alike. So I understand that everyone has their minds made up. The only thing that I've asked you to do is what every other member that's been before you has asked you to do, is consider the fact that this just may not be the best thing right now, or that we at least need some sort of training requirements. It's going to literally be the Wild Wild West in the state of Texas. I'm asking that you vote against this. Thank you.
Members, we have a couple of representatives who want to speak on the bill, but as a reminder, or as an announcement, Mr. Kaysen has requested strict enforcement on final vote. You must vote from your desk. If you're not at your desk, you may not vote, and your desk may not vote for you. The chair recognizes Mr. Canales to speak for the bill.
Members, I don't take the fact that I stand here lightly. In fact, my position on this bill weighed on my mind for months. And one of my favorite quotes in life is, "Those who are filled with great passion lose their ability to reason." So I set my passions aside and I said I was going to focus on logic. I was going to focus on the law. So let's talk about the law. As it stands in Texas, I can go in and I can buy a gun with no classes and no permit. I can drive that gun home, loaded in my vehicle, with no classes and no permit. I can have that gun in my house, loaded in my yard, in my backyard, in my front yard, in my bedroom, no classes, no permit. I can then take that gun in my car, get in, drive to work, no classes, no permit. I can, if my job allows me to, or if I own my business, I can then get in my business with my loaded weapon with no classes and no permit. That is the law. But the only place I can't have it is on my person, outside that parameters, which is a real small window. So what do you got to do then? You got to go to DPS, you got to pay that tax, then I've got to take a class that I don't have to take any other time and pay that tax, and it's an I gotcha law. If you have a drink, you're now committed a crime. If you forgot your little ticket at home, you've committed a crime. If you didn't register or didn't renew your permit, you committed a crime. In fact, I know people, because I'm a criminal defense lawyer, that have come to me and said, I took the class, and when I realized I was in more legal jeopardy, I decided I'd rather not even have a permit. What we have in Texas is a bunch of I gotcha hodgepodge of laws. I'll tell you that if you leave your passions, and I can tell you that it hurts, and I've seen all the things, and I voted with almost 90% of the logical amendments that I thought were logical, and I think we could have made that bill better today. We could have. And I voted with those amendments because we could have made a better bill. But the fact of the matter is, in Texas, we got some I gotcha laws, and there's no consistency. And the only thing that makes this consistent is if you're a lawful resident of the state of Texas, lawful adult, and you meet those standards, we're not going to jail you, and we're not going to require you to pay a tax. And if someday the pendulum swings back, well, we start with a blank slate, not with the hodgepodge that we have right now. At this point in time, what we have is a bunch of I gotchas, and this is my opinion as a criminal defense attorney of about 15 years. This is a criminal justice reform bill, and I urge you to support it to keep people out of jail for no reason whatsoever.
The chair recognizes Mr. Schaefer to close on the bill.
I'm going to give just a minute for people to get to their seats because I'm going to be very, very brief here in my comments. I know there's strict enforcement, and members are going to want to now get to their seats. Members, I believe that it's time to restore faith in law-abiding Texans for the state of Texas to become the 21st constitutional carry state.
Sure.
Mr.
Speaker,
Slayton, for what purpose?
Can we have the remarks from Representative Canales and Representative Schaefer put in the journal?
Members, you've heard the motion. The objection, chair hears none, so ordered. Please excuse Representative Longoria because of important business in the district on the motion of Representative Cassell. Please excuse Representative Bales and Larson because of important business in the district on the motion of Representative Price. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Please excuse Representative Lozano because of important business in the district on the motion of Representative Hefner. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Question occurs on passage of engrossment HB 1927. Strict enforcement has been requested. Strict enforcement has been granted. A record vote has been requested by Mr. Kaysen. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There being 84 ayes, 56 nays, HB 1927 is finally passed. Passed in engrossment, pardon me. Mr. Hefner? The chair lays out on second reading HB 1500. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1500 by Hefner, relating to authority of the governor in certain political subdivisions to regulate firearms, ammunition, knives, air guns, explosives, and combustibles, and certain associated businesses during certain disasters and emergencies.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hefner to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a bill that has to do with executive authority on prohibiting gun sales in a state of disaster, and I have a perfecting amendment.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Hefner.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hefner to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This just clears out some language in the bill to clarify what we're not doing, and it's acceptable to the author.
Mr. Hefner sent an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. A record vote has been requested by Mr. Slayton on all amendments. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hefner voting aye. All members vote. There being 88 ayes, 48 nays, the amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Hefner to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage of the engrossment of HB 1500. Record vote has been requested by Mr. Slayton. Clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There being 86 ayes, 53 nays, HB 1500 is passed through engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 1931. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1931 by Wally, relating to requirements for beneficial tax treatments related to a leasehold or other possessory interest in a public facility used to provide multifamily housing.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wally to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, thanks. HB 1931 prohibits the source of income discrimination in public facility corporations, also known as PFC developments. So in 2015, the legislature authorized that 100% of property tax and sales tax exemption for PFC developments in the actually was attached as an amendment on the Senate floor. And so now new construction projects are eligible for an additional 100% sales tax exemption on construction materials, resulting in an additional one-time exemption of $1.3 million on average on these new developments. And so what we've identified is that most PFC-sponsored apartment complexes with the exemption under this section are allowed to discriminate against tenants with housing choice vouchers And what we're trying to do is allow for those folks that participate in the housing choice vouchers to actually live in these apartment complexes that are developed privately. And I believe there is a minimum.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Gates.
The chair recognizes Mr. Gates to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Speaker and members. I want to thank Mr. Wally for bringing this important bill. This bill restores most of the language in the original bill, which I joint authored. I had to remove my joint author, and the language was removed. This bill and amendment takes an important step toward ensuring the property tax exemptions we allow for public facility corporations are utilized correctly and fairly. They are to set aside a percentage of their apartment units for lower income families. In the Houston-San Antonio area, there are 23 complexes which receive $25 million a year for property tax relief. This is about $1.2 million per complex. This works out to about $700 per month for each unit set aside for a lower income family. They also get the sales tax relief during the construction phase, and this works out to about $1.2 million per complex. I calculated their market rental rate at many of these complexes and was shocked to see their $1,500 market rate was about the same as the rate being charged in their lower income units. That's because currently a lower income family is defined at 80% of AMI. And in the Houston area, that's $61,000 annually, which means they can charge as much as $1,500 a month for a family of four. That average monthly property tax exemption benefit to developer for a lower income unit is about $700 per month. And so if the market rate is $1,500 a month and they charge $1,500 per month for a lower income unit, the developer is providing nothing for this huge tax benefit they receive. The current structure is crony capitalism is at its worst. Once again, members, this amendment simply ensures these developments are actually providing low-income housing to Texas as the legislature intended when created in 2015. Mr. Speaker, I move for adoption.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wally to speak on the amendment.
Thank you. I want to thank Representative Gates for his amendment. And so I just wanted to explain to the body, he did reach out to me, talk to me about the amendment, and what the amendment does is let me back up. The only reason I got to the floor is because I made a deal with Chairman Cortez and the members of the committee to moderate the actual bill as filed. And so what we have on the floor is a moderation of the original bill. And that is the deal that I made with the chairman to get it out and get it to the floor. So I do want to appreciate the members of the Urban Affairs Committee for getting that bill out. What the amendment does, and I want to speak on the amendment because I want the membership to understand what's going on. Again, I respect Representative Gates for bringing the amendment because what it does, it brings the bill back to its original form. And so I just wanted to make sure that the body knows that I made a deal with the committee to moderate the bill. What he's doing is putting in a committee substitute. What he's doing is putting with the amendment, putting the language back to its original form. I support that in practice, in policy. And so I'm going to support that amendment. But I just wanted to speak on the amendment so that members have an opportunity to vote how they feel is best for them. So move to speak on the amendment. But I'll be a one.
Chair recognizes Mr. Gates to close on the amendment.
Speaker, I move for adoption.
The question occurs in adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye. All opposed say nay. This is a division vote. It's a division vote. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. It's a division vote. Vote from your desk. Strike the board. The amendment is adopted. Does anyone want to speak on, for, or against the bill? The chair recognizes Mr. Wally to close on the bill.
Move adoption.
The question of course passes on goes on HB 1931. A record vote has been requested by Mr. Kaysen. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. So Mr. Wally voting aye, Mr. Cortez voting aye. All members voting. There being 86 ayes, 53 nays, HB 1931 is passed to engrossment.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, there's a messenger from the Senate at the door of the House.
Admit the messenger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm directed by the Senate.
The chair lays out on second reading HB 3907. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3907 by Goldman, relating to a franchise or insurance tax credit for certain housing developments.
The chair recognizes Mr. Goldman to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. House Bill 3907 proposes a change to the federal low-income tax housing credit program by creating a state match to the federal program for affordable workforce housing. Members, this bill passed out of this House last session with 119 votes, and because of timing, the bill died in the Senate. With that, I move passage.
The question occurs on the passing of the engrossment of HB 3907. A record vote has been requested by Mr. Kaysen. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Goldman voting aye. Mr. Harless voting aye. All members voting. Show Mr. Elzey voting aye. Show Mr. Schofield voting aye. There being 119 ayes, 18 nays, House Bill 3907 passed engrossment. Chair laid out on second reading HB 2673. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2673 by Guillen, relating to the reimbursement of excess costs incurred by a recipient of certain grants awarded by the Texas Department of Transportation.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this prohibits TxDOT from surprise billing small communities for overages on projects that TxDOT manages themselves. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage of the engrossment of HB 2673. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and HB 2673 is passed the engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 2211. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2211 by Metcalf, relating to in-person visitation with hospital patients during certain periods of disaster.
The chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The bill before you today addresses a heartbreaking problem that I'm sure has affected you all either directly or indirectly over the course of this past year. House Bill 2211 will ensure that patients receiving care in a hospital be allowed at least one visitor at a very minimum inside the hospital with them during a declared public health disaster. The patient's visitor must complete a health screening before entering the hospital, wear personal protective equipment at all times that meet the hospital's infectious control and safety requirements, and the visitor may be denied entry by the hospital if they refuse to do so, and they may be removed from the hospital if they do not follow the regulations once inside the hospital.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Israel.
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
Will the gentleman yield for questions? He yields for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Metcalf. There was a little bit of confusion, and it may have, the position on one important organization may have changed. Can you tell us if the Texas Hospital Association was in support of this bill as it stands now, or opposed or neutral?
Well, thank you for that question. So yes, they are in support of this legislation. I've been working with them very closely, and thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Slayton.
The chair recognizes Mr. Slayton to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment would simply ensure that when a hospital patient is on their deathbed, their pastor, rabbi, priest, or other religious counsel can visit with them and comfort them in the final moments of their life. It is acceptable to the author, and I move adoption.
Mr. Slayton sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to adoption of the amendment? Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Ms. Israel, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield for a question?
Will the gentleman yield for? Chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf to close on the bill. Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Will yield for a question.
The gentleman yields for questions.
Quick point of information. What's the impact of your bill with the last amendment?
So this bill makes sure that a patient can have an advocate with them during a declared public health disaster. And Mr. Slayton amendment guarantees that they can have a religious pastor, priest come to them in this time of need.
Okay,
it is acceptable to the author.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, members, thank you for your time today, and I move passage.
The question occurs on the passage to engrossment HB 2211. A record vote has been requested by Mr. Slayton. The clerk will ring the bell. So Mr. Metcalf voting aye. Dr. Oliverson voting aye. So Mr. Leach voting aye. All members voting. So Ms. Rose voting no. All members voting. There being 136 ayes, 5 nays, HB 2211 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 326. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 326 by Howard relating to workplace violence prevention in certain healthcare facilities.
Chair recognizes Ms. Howard to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. I worked on HB 326 together with healthcare stakeholders, including the Texas Nurses Association, Texas Hospital Association, and Texas Association of Home Care and Hospice, to name a few, and I'm grateful for their support of this bill. HB 326 aims to protect Texas nurses and healthcare providers against violent incidents in the workplace. The Occupational Safety and Health Administration found that healthcare workers were 4 times more likely than workers in private industry, retail, construction, and manufacturing to experience serious incidents of workplace violence. This bill directs the establishment of workplace violence committees and prevention policies and plans, which will streamline incident reporting, encourage healthcare workers to report incidents, and ensure that they will receive medical treatment if necessary. And I do have a perfecting amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Howard.
Chair recognizes Ms. Howard to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. This amendment simply removes home care and community-based providers who serve Texans with intellectual and developmental disabilities from the bill, as they don't typically hire nurses. I move